Yo ho ho. We are on this route here, which apparently is still gonna take quite some time to finish. So let's get into it soon, but first I wanna theorize some more about stuff. As has become tradition in this very, very long series of, I think, episode 4 now. So I think I've done it at least twice already. So what I'm currently thinking is that maybe each of these paths here is split into like a good ending, so to speak, and a not so good one. Where I'm currently on the good path here, but I got the bad quote-unquote ending here. But I didn't have a chance because, you know, that was the first playthrough, so I didn't get the option to, you know, gain information from a previous timeline or whatever. But then, if that is the case, there's at least two questions that arise, right? One, what's with this path? Is this maybe the ultimate good ending or something, where we have all of this info from both of these paths, and then here we get some info that leads us here or something? Although I guess this also leads from here. So I don't know. Maybe this is just the ultimate bad ending, where you don't get anything. That's also possible. And then the other question is, how would I even get onto this bad route, if I'm right? Because it's not like I made some kind of choice here, right? I was put on here, I'm pretty sure. Because I got that code from over here, basically. And then I wasn't asked to whether or not I wanted to use that info. I just did. So would I have to start all the way over and like make worse choices or something, so that I don't even get this moment or something? I don't know. Of course, so basically what I'm saying is I don't know, and everything could be different from what I'm thinking. And now let's actually get into the story. And we're on our way to the bottom deck, maybe.
浸水はしてないようだな。降りるか。
We do want to reach the bottom deck to find that secret library or whatever. Or I guess the library isn't secret, but something is hidden behind it or something. Uh-huh.
海王星のマークだね。どこかに鍵があるんだろう。
You know what, I would have probably been able to guess that that's Neptune, simply because it kind of looks like a trident.
海王星の鍵か。今俺が持ってるのは天王星のカードキーだけだな。
惑星も違うし、鍵って言っても種類が違うんじゃね。
Maybe if we fold it to the right form, maybe then.
ひとまず引き返すか。
だな。また扉だ。今度はカードリーダーか。
But also not the right one, huh?
天王星のマーク。
ここだな。
Oh, okay. Good. And throw. Why are you all looking like that? Hey, it's the library.
すごい。本だらけ。
Just what we wanted.
ここまで来ると壮観だな。
とにかくさっきの通路の先に進むためには海王星の鍵が必要だ。
Well, but there should also be something hidden behind or inside or beneath or whatever this room, I think.
手分けしてそれを探そう。わかった。
了解だ。
よし。それじゃあ探索開始だ。時間がないぞ。急げ。
Wow. Alice sleeps in the small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge, yeah. But we already had this info here, right? This wouldn't have to be sent from another timeline. I'm pretty sure that we learned this on this track. As he begins his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words flowed through his mind. I think in this case it's just natural to think that, right? We got that hint on this playthrough, let's say. And we have reached a library. I think that just makes sense. I guess this is just kind of a catch-all in case you didn't, you know, happen to be on this route while getting here. And just so they cover all the bases, they just have this instead of multiple options. Whatever. Seek a way out. Or further in, or something. Okay. Well, let's look at this first. There's a note on that table. Lights to the books. Huh, what does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on the next? They spent the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Yo, Fiber. I guess maybe I'm completely off base here. Can we not look at the page? Alright, no, yeah, right. We did read what it says. Lights to the books. What about this thing? It's a coat rack, like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's not too big, so maybe just hats. Maybe. Oh. Epno re nidf lub. That's what it says. What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Isn't gibberish spelled with a G? Maybe not. No, I think usually I see it with a G. Huh. Hey, what if we, like, switch them around? Switch them around? Yeah. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Oh, I get it. Yeah, heck, it's worth a shot. It kind of feels like we're missing books, though. Like there's so much space. But hey, whatever. Well, like we could spell bulb here. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. But then nothing else spells out here. Blub wouldn't be a word. Not a real one anyway. At least as far as I know. Lab was just there, which also isn't really a thing. I guess we could switch these two. Open! Ah, there we go. Open here, find bulb. Okay. How about this? Looks like putting those books in the right order opened this thing right up. That was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Junpei. I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the title spell out, open here, find bulb. Powerful light bulb. Oh yeah, none of that weak shit. The light bulb looks like it's brand new. And it's really big, so it'll make a lot of light. Cool. Alright, I think I've got this set up right. And they say, open here, find bulb. Well, that's straightforward enough. I open this thing up and get a light bulb. Okay, was just trying to make sure that there isn't like a secret hidden second puzzle here to open things up further, because we do have that clue about, you know, all ice or whatever. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Ah, well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where a conformal transformation can take place. Knock it off with this science voodoo stuff. You trying to put me to sleep? That's definitely what he's trying to do. Quantum gravity. 7, do you have any idea what this is? How about you start by using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere. Yes, man. Theory of general relativity, huh? Oh, I know this one. That's Einstein, right? Yeah. Supersymmetric string theory and 10-dimensional space-time. They're just talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where, how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. Okay. Are property values going up out in space too these days? Man, guess times are tough for aliens too. This one says cosmic inflation. All that's here is Faraday's laws of electrolysis. Electrolysis? I would say lysis. Electrolysis. I believe that's going to be about electrolysis. Is there a C missing there, or did I read it wrong previously? I can't check the log. In an electrolyte solution, no, that has a C again. That's probably just a typo. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. Who would have thought? Are we going to get different things? Because, I mean, there's obviously more than one book in each of these shelves. This book is called Quantum Gravity. Okay. Oh. Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. But what about these clearly outstanding books? Mother Nature? Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not, except perhaps tangentially. It's more likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks, really? Good one, 7. The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. This is this Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book on the origin of species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Introduction to geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth even when you're on the ocean, kinda romantic in a way, I guess. I mean, the ocean is part of Earth. Theories of the Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go off near somewhere called Cambria? Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Whoa. This one says transition of extinct species. We need to hurry it up, or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. So even this one, which doesn't have a different looking book in it, gave us a similar response. Micrographia, huh? Ah yes, Robert Hooke's famous work. First published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess that this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Huh? Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know what this one's about? Why are you asking me? I don't even know what we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful to the nutrients required to grow them, whereas the nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least that's what I read. I was rather young, I may have remembered it incorrectly. Why? Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that? Why not? It does kind of stand out how much of this Snake knows. Creatures of the South Seas, huh? I wonder if this one's got topics of colorful fish and stuff. I got pictures. Did I say topics? Whatever. Okay, we did that one. Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like the shelf's all sciences and technology. Oh, more of those funky looking books. Kitab al-Azif. Man, they've got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Hasn't that come up in a different... somewhere else before in this game? Maybe. Who is that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name, it's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Hazred. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. Oh, so those are all occult books and stuff? Okay. This book is called Mind Swap. You mean you could, like, change bodies with someone? Well, I guess I wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother or Junpei too much, but I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me. What the hell? Like, I'd even want to swap bodies with a little brat, like... Hey, were you just imagining it? You were. Shut up. Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Okay. Let's leave that uncommented. Teletemporation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemporation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. Did I look at this one yet? This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. Okay. Did we just look at this? Yeah. Well, let's just assume we looked at all the books, I guess. Or on that side at least. Energy theory, development of nanotechnology materials, interactions between shortwave energy and matter, nanomachines, anyway. What else we got? Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache. Can't say fancy technology stuff and I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me to sleep. You must be tired. Oh, okay. So, I guess we didn't turn 180 degrees, but more like 90-ish. The black hole hypothesis. Gamma ray astrophysics. I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. Unless maybe this is a different thing. No, same thing. Look, this one says cultural heritage of Rome. But that's gonna be serious inheritance tax. The history of Buddhism. Okay. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. I wouldn't be so sure. A kid's story, a kid's book here. It looks like it's a children's story about Native Americans. Don't you think a random book like that is kind of suspicious? Maybe you ought to hold on to it. Oh, all of a sudden we were holding on to a book again. This one has some Native Americans on the cover. Hey Junpei, take a look at this one. Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some... Whoa! Oh. Okay. So we got two upside down L's and an I. I mean, I can definitely spell something with those letters. Assuming the L's are upside down. But I can't seem to arrange the view from here to just spell that word out, given how they are arranged. What's that? This one of them pop-up books. Wait, there's an R? L-R-K. How is there an R? That doesn't mean anything, does it? Well, you could make them KRL. How are you seeing an R? What? Like curl or Carl. Like, sure, if you look at it this from here, then the elves kind of look like ours, but then where are you getting an elf from? Maybe you're seeing the eye as an L, but then but then you're still one letter short. 7? Are you okay? I mean, you could also look at it from here, and then the L's or whatever become 7s. Maybe that's what this is trying to tell us. What's Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. Okay, anything you to say about this? These books all seem to be about history. This one's called History of the Western World. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you. Huh. Hey, look at this. This book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it'd just put me to sleep. Wow, you really like talking about how books put you to sleep, huh? Oriental history. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something. Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. Okay. I think we've read everything else. Well, shit, now that we found one thing to pick up, I feel like we might miss something, or might have already missed something. Okay, I guess that's the same shelf from a different angle. This one, it looks like that picture book from earlier. The one with the pop-ups, though. Which one? The one with the red there, I guess? You think they're part of the series or something? They do have the same binding. Baseball. There's a baseball on this one. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's in it. I'm gonna go out on a limb and here and say it's probably baseball. So, whoa! Head. Or something. This is a pop-up book. It's got the letters H-E-A-D popping out of it. Yeah. But this time it doesn't seem to be upside down or anything. So that's different, I guess. Oh, look, 7. Here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength. You're just saying that because it says muscle. I mean, yeah. This book is just called Dissection. This bookshelf must be about all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy. Regeneration of internal organs. Okay. Ancient gladiators. What's this book doing here? Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history. Maybe. Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you, like, lose part of your body, then you could grow it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole shelf is full of medical books. Another one, huh? Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this is a book about the nervous system. I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kinda curious about it too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? Principles of monkey behavior, huh? I'd imagine that's a book describing praxeology studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionarily, so I imagine the research was fruitful. Did I check this one in? Yes. Oh, by the way, since we've been teased on the name of the girl that died 9 years ago, you know, and my idea was that it was Akane, but of course it could also be Santa's sister, but also it could be Akane and Santa's sister. Because Akane could be Santa's sister. That's something I didn't think about last time, but it came to me afterwards. The bookshelf downstairs. Don't shove. I'm not kidding. Don't push me. What the heck, man? I wasn't gonna, but now that you bring it up. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna go down there. Wait, actually, no, we haven't checked this yet. This big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive, almost looks like the door to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it, and then a passageway beyond that. At the end of that passageway is the door with that Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up, we need to find the key with the mark of Neptune. Hooray! Okay. This sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world. Man, it's like 7 and I don't even exist. I mean, hey, leave it to them, I guess. And also let me drink some water. Got some colorful books there. I guess let's start with the obvious ones. Huh. That kind? Owen. Lieberniz, and Sheldrake. Okay, what are they all seem to be correctly ordered as far as numbers go. That kind. What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Really? That kind? Doesn't ring a bell. Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Maybe. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary? Sheldrake? Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake... I don't know. I don't know. Leibniz? This book is in German. It looks like it's the complete works of something. I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, then I don't think we'll ever know. Okay. It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize about with a Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens no. There are many factors: length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Whoa. Okay. That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian mathematics. Haha, that's funny. Oh, what's that funny? Why is that funny? The Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? There's another one like that over here. You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry? Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. And there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory. I took a wild guess about that the other 3 would be the same as well. Would they be there as well? Looks like I was right. This one's Goldbach's Conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? That sounds kind of interesting, though. Here we have another red book. Hey, there's another one of those picture books there. Something about these things feels kind of nice, you know? Brings back good memories. I guess even people like Snake were kids once. No shit, you little brat. Hey guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. Well, that's one of those Japanese toys. Or no, I guess it's that that mallet, that magical mallet from Japanese, or maybe just Asian in general, myths. It's got a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Tales of Old Japan, it says, so I guess, you know, it is a Japanese thing. Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside like smart. Whoa! C5B. Huh. Okay. I mean, that's pretty clearly a 5, and not an S or something. So... maybe these are all, once again, like hexadecimals or some shit. And, you know, 5 is the only regular number here. I don't know. Looks like another pop-up book. This book has an S, an E, a dash. I guess it could also be a dash, yeah. Or an I. Or a Roman numeral 1. And a number 5 sticking out of it. It might be impressive. I might be impressed if I was 5. Mm-hmm. There isn't a picture book on the shelf anymore. Thanks for telling me. Modern Japanese literature, huh? What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Aha. Agriculture and historical organizations in folklore. Okay. Interesting. Let's see what we've got here. So many books here. I wonder what's this one's... Whoa, what's this? Worm? Oh. Sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry. Hey, what's the deal with the sappy stuff? Oh, I guess they just accidentally touched or something. Okay, we just checked that one. Well, what's this thing? Okay, we got a place for our light, I guess. Let's check this first, though. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands? Then... I mean, I was gonna try that, but I guess I didn't even have the chance to think about it. This is a little weird. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to put in a light here. There are 3 lights on this thing. In this thing. They aren't very bright, though. Hey, didn't we find some... Yes, I know. Didn't find a powerful light bulb earlier. Why don't you put it onto one of those lights? Yeah. Well, it'll get a lot brighter, but if there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 light bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? I feel like it probably would work if we just did them individually, but hey, I guess I can't know for sure. Except for the game just telling us that that's how it is. There are books here in all sorts of languages, but there's something suspicious about the shelf on the left. Okay, oh, you mean this thing? I was gonna wait for that one. Wait to open that one, but I guess here we are. It's locked. This bookshelf is sort of a glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there's only 6 books in it. That seems kinda weird. Hey, it looks like there's something on the bottom. Can't really see it though. The glass is all foggy. Could be a light bulb. Oh. Hello. In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you've got the right ones to open it. What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Guess I might as well give it a shot. What? Huh? What do you mean they gave us the answer? Huh? Like, I would assume that it's maybe the numbers that opened up the coffin and the safe, but I don't have those handy in my brain right now. It doesn't say anywhere on the screen right now. Huh? What do you mean they gave us the answer? What? Maybe this is the answer here? Like 982415? 982415. Or I guess since the numbers are looking this way, maybe it's more like 514289. 514289. 514289. Okay, so that checks out. Was it 512? No, it was 5. God damn it. 514289. 514289. 514289. 514289. No? Okay, I guess I'll try the other way around then. 982415. 982415. 982415. Five. No? Not that one either? Then what do you want from me? Oh, 6. It's a fucking 6, not a 9, you dumbass. Jesus Christ. 514286. 514286. 514-286. 514-286. And... no? I guess I'll try the other way around again then. 682415. 682415. 682415. 6 8 2 4 1. No? Well, if none of these are the answer, then you lied to me, Junpei. And this isn't an 8. This is a 9, maybe. Looks like an 8, though. That really looks like an 8. Let me check it in. Maybe it's gonna tell me something. There's a couple of books on the glass shelf. From left to right. Okay, I guess it says the order. That's a 3? You're telling me that's a 3? Are you serious? That does not look like a 3 to me. Like the circle at the top is way too closed to be a 3, but okay, I guess we'll take it as a 3. 632415. 632415. Come on, man. 3 2 4 1. Jeez, man, seriously? That seriously did not look like a 3 to me. You did it, Jumpy. Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? Aha. Yay. Feels like a light bulb. Pretty high wattage too, unless I miss my glasses. This should generate quite a bit of light. All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. Okay. that's fine. What's that? This iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door, I think it's just a wall. Oops, didn't mean to go down, go up. Nope, the handrail is metal. I wanted to check these books. I guess I'll count. Well, we're still missing one light bulb. We still haven't done anything with this. I still don't know if we can. I guess maybe if we have the right items. Then we'll be able to do something with that. Maybe I can just look at these again. Okay, I put the pop-up books on top of the stands. Okay. Oh, I guess I haven't checked the ladders here. And I can't. Obviously the note here points to, you know, the light bulbs in some way. Oh, what's this? Have we checked that? Yes, we have. Is there just like a shelf I didn't check or something? That would be tedious. Nothing here. Or there. I still think these books here are suspicious, but the game doesn't seem to think so. Man, this thing is narrow. I feel like I'm walking across a tightrope. Geez, Snake, aren't you scared? Imagine a wall 20 inches wide that runs along the top of a 10-story building. Could you walk along that wall, Junpei? No way. And then what about a balance beam in a gymnasium? Oh well, that's easy. You don't find that strange? A balance beam is far narrower than 20 inches. So why is it that a balance beam poses no challenge to you, but the hypothetical 10-story wall does? The light can easily turn people into cowards. From time to time, a life in darkness can give you courage. Kind of like that steel beam thing in Kaiji. But that doesn't help me find the last remaining light bulb. Huh. In this far away shot it looks like there's still a light bulb in there, but unless it's invisible from closer up, there isn't one. Kind of a little oversight, I guess. I want to climb that shit. You can't just put ladders here and not let me interact. It's a cupboard, it's on the bottom floor. I guess I go down again, even though I'm pretty sure we've checked that cupboard. Yeah, that's the one we already checked. What am I missing, man? What is eluding my view, my vision? Don't have any more items. I guess we would try combining these. Probably nothing about it. You can sort of see letters. It's too dark here to really tell though. Well, that problem means our light isn't bright enough. I guess, yeah, there are some kind of letters here. I guess the shadows, you know, form the letters out of those things. Is there anything left to do here? Nope. This looks kind of suspicious, but it's nothing. The only thing that, you know, still stands out that we haven't really done anything with is this. But I can't seem to interact with it in any way. Oh, it's got the volume number written on the lower part of the spine. Thanks. Ha. Trying to interact with the rest of the shelf. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is the scaffold up for the top floor. It goes all the way into all four corners of the room. Yeah. I seriously have no clue currently what I'm missing. Like, obviously I want to find the last light bulb. I guess I must take libraries, yeah, that's the only explanation. Maybe I look at this again and now I will have some kind of something happen. There's a note on top of the table that says lights to the books. Yeah, well. Maybe we can pick this up now and smash things with it. A hat stand, you put hats on it. And it won't let me leave here, of course. Kind of pointless to leave. I need to look around this place some more. Where is the next piece of the puzzle? I don't need any solutions, I just want to know where to look. Do you think we should hold hands where there aren't any handrails? I'll be fine. I can feel vibrations in the floor that tell me where I am. That's not what I meant. Cute. Shit, man. Like, if I could interact with these books and shelves in any way, that'd be one thing, right? Because then I could be like, okay, well, these categories are like this, and then maybe this doesn't fit together, and I can push this book in or some shit, but I can't do anything with any of these. So I'm pretty sure that's just something that I haven't seen, that I haven't, like, picked up or clicked on. Oh wait, what's that? Some sort of comic book? Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? What was it? Why can't I look at the log? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. Won't let me look at the log. If I do this. No. Whatever. What's that one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Okay. An overview of photochemistry. I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Maybe that would be the solution, but that would be the coward's way out. Let's look at it, okay? Oh. Okay. That's random as fuck. Huh, looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books. Look, Junpei. I think there's something hidden behind the books. And just as I thought, just a shelf that I hadn't clicked on yet, then, like, just randomly behind one of the books. What's the last thing? Looks like a pretty high wattage too. Well, geez. Isn't anything behind this? No. Communication and computer science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague I don't really know what it might be about. Huh. Well, we finally found it. So let's get the fuck down and get to work. Ta-da. Oh. Ta-da. Alright, so there are 3 lights in here. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should. Awesome. It worked. Way to go, Junpei. Oh hey, Sheldrake, that's one of them books on that one of them shelves. Way to go, Junpei, good job, buddy. There's something projecting on the bottom. These letters, they seem familiar. Sheldrake 5.
シールドレイク5。
そういや、この部屋のどっかに全集があったな。そいつが書いた本の。
うん、確かその辺にあったはず。
見てこよ
う。私も行く。
シールドレイク。
知ってるのかい？シールドレイクのこと。
ああ、ヤシロから聞いたよ。
Oh.
イギリスの生化学者シールドレイクという人が面白い学説を唱えててね。
I see. That's why we heard that name.
形態形成場仮説、あるいは形成的因果作用の仮説とも言うらしいけど。
おお、ヤシロからね。
あとは四つ葉からも。
四つ葉から？
ああ、確かこんなことを言ってたな。
形態形成場にアクセスする能力は2つの要素によって増強されるの。
Yeah, we heard a bunch about this type of topic from numerous sources,
一つは
especially
ひ
on
らめ
this run
き、
through.
もう一つは危機。
やれやれ、参ったな。あれだけ口止めしておいたのに。
口止めを？どうして？なあ、時間がないから黙ってたんだが、そろそろ聞かせてもらえないか？
何を？
とぼけんなよ。実験のことに決まってんだろ。
Uh-huh.
わかったよ。すべて話そう。だが、ここではなんだ。上のフロアに移動しよ
う。Can we first check that book? Oh well.
まずは、僕がどうして今まで実験のことを黙っていたのか、なぜ四つ葉にも口止めをしたのか。理由は単純なことなんだ。ゼロから誰にも喋るなと命令されてたんだよ。
Okay.
だから黙ってたんだ。と言っても、直接会って指示を受けたわけじゃない。そのメッセージは、1枚のカードに刻まれてたんだ。
これは、展示カードじゃないか。大階段の前で見せてもらったものと似てるな。つまり、カードは2枚あったってことか。
いや、このカード1枚だけだよ。
He just didn't tell us everything. Almost like I kind of alluded to.
は？
That he could
どう
be
いうことだ？
untruthful about what that thing says.
カードにはノナリーゲームの詳しいルールが書いてあったんじゃないのか？
ああ、確かに書いてあったよ。あの時読み上げたルールは全て実際に展示カードに記されていたものだ。
Yeah, he keeps pronouncing it as Shieldrake, even though it says Shell. Oh well.
だが、書かれていたのはそれだけじゃない。
Uh-huh.
あえて読み上げなかった部分が、決して読むことのできなかった記述が他にもあったんだよ。
それは
？9年前のことは誰にも言うな。言えば、妹の起爆タイマーを作動させる。
Oh, very specific.
そんな脅し文句さ。
なるほど。そういうことだったのか。四つ葉にはゼロからのメッセージはなかったのか？
ああ、なかったらしい。だけど、僕の口だけを封じておいて、四つ葉の方は完全にフリーっていうのはおかしいだろ。
そうだな。
だから念のため、四つ葉にも誰にも喋るなと言っておいたんだ。けど、君には話してしまったみたいだね。
We're just so trustworthy.
別に参ることはないだろう。俺がこうして確信に近づけてるのは四つ葉が話してくれたおかげなわけだし。それに起爆タイマーうんぬんってのもただのハったりだったみたいだしな。
Unless she just died down there.
下のフロアで四つ葉ピンピンしてるぜ。
Okay.
そりゃそうだよ。安全だと分かったからこそ、こうして君に真実を伝える気になったんじゃないか。
Yay.
ゼロの正体はサンタである可能性が高い。そのサンタは今おそらく僕らを監視できる状態にはないだろう。いや、仮に監視できていたとしても彼は僕らを殺したりはしないはずだ。
どうして？
さっき四つ葉から教えてもらったんだよ。クローバーのリーフワードの件を。それを聞いて確信したんだ。彼はあの時の仲間に違いないとね。その彼が僕らを殺すなんてことは考えられないんだ。たとえどんな事情があったとしても。
Oh.
なあ、ニルス。
You still haven't really told us about the experiment, have you?
ああ、分かってるよ。実験のことが知りたいんだろ。
そうだ。
君はどこまで知ってるんだい？
俺が四つ葉から聞いたのは。
なるほど。
There were like multiple ones and stuff. One in... I forgot the name of the place. But whatever.
携帯形成場仮説とそれを応用した9年前の実験。それがこの船とネバダの実験場で行われたこと。
Yeah, Nevada. That's the one.
そして失ってしまった僕らの仲間。
Yeah.
四つ葉のやつはそこまで君に話したんだね。
But she kind of failed to tell us the name.
とにかく君がどこまで知ってるのかは分かったよ。あとは
誰が、なぜ、何のために、どのようにして実験を行ったのか。
そうだな。
聞かせてもらえるか。
あ、実験を企てたのはクレイドル製薬という製薬会社の連中だ。首謀者は4名。本郷源太郎、虹崎渚、久保田照明、武蔵堂景親。
I think that lines up with the documents we found in the other one.
本郷は
Oh,
クレイ
those
ドル
are
製薬
some,
の CEO、つまり社長だ。
recognizable forms now. I mean, that's clearly Ace. To the left seems like 9, and to the very right could be Captain. Then the last remaining person, I'm not so sure.
その右腕となって働いていた参謀閣の男が虹崎。
Maybe that's like Santa's dad or something. I don't know. Maybe not.
久保田は研究開発部部長。武蔵堂はクレイドル製薬の大株主だ。この4名が実験を画策した主要なメンバーということになる。簡単に言うと、立案したのが本郷、実際に動いたのが虹崎。技術面で協力したのが久保田で、資金を提供したのが武蔵堂という構図になる。
本郷、虹崎、久保田、武蔵堂か。
HNKM. I don't know.
もちろんこの4人だけで全てが行われたわけじゃない。実験を行うにあたって極秘の研究チームが組織された。集められたメンバーの数は十数名。彼らの協力を得て計画は実行されることになった。その計画の名はノナリープロジェクト。実験の目的は人間を自在に操る能力について研究することにあった。そのために利用されたのが携帯形成場仮説だ。グリセリンがある日を境に突然結晶化するようになったのはなぜか。
Why indeed?
EDT の結晶構造がある日を境に突然変化してしまったのはなぜか。ラットに問題を解かせる実験で世代を経るごとに正解率が上昇していったのはなぜか。
We didn't learn that one in this. playthrough, but yeah.
人間で行われた実験でも同じ。ある問題について答えを知っている人間が多ければ多いほど、それを知らないはずの人たちの正解率も上がった。それは一体なぜなのか。目には見えないフィールドに形態、モルフが格納されているからだ。そのフィールドを介してモルフは関連する事物へと伝播していく。これが形態形成は仮説のざっくりとしたあらましだ。
Great.
だがそれはただの仮説であって。
信じることはできない？
ああ。
今仮に悪魔のささやきを耳にして人を殺してしまった人物がいるとする。その事件を解明するのに悪魔の実在や不在を証明する必要なんてないんだよ。重要なのはそいつが悪魔の存在を信じていたと。
つまり少なくとも本郷たちは形態形成場仮説を信じていたと。
そういうことだ。
だけどまだよくわからないな。実験の目的は人間を自在に操る能力について研究することにあった。さっきそう言ったよな。
ああ。
形態形成場仮説を使うとどうしてそれが可能になるんだ？
簡単に言おう。今100万人の人間にある問題の答えを教えたとする。すると何も教えてもらっていないにもかかわらず、明日君がその問題を解いてしまう確率は高くなる。
Totally.
もう一つ例を挙げよう。今100万人の人間が一斉に逆立ちをしたとする。するとそんなことは何も知らないにもかかわらず、明日君が逆立ちをする確率は高くなるんだ。人間の思考活動や行動パターンもモルフのうちの一つだからね。形成場に刻まれたそれらのモルフは君の中に投影されやすくなるのさ。あくまでも仮説を信じたらの話だけれど、ここまではいいかい？
Yeah.
あ
あ。ではもしも仮にその100万人に匹敵する力を持った人物がいるとしたらどうなるだろう？
Exactly.
そいつがたった一人で逆立ちするだけで他の人たちも自然と逆立ちしたくなってしまうような、そんな不思議な人物がいるとしたら。
そんなやつ？
まあ待ってくれ。もう一人。今度は逆のパターンを考えてみよう。何の力もない普通の人間がたった一人で逆立ちしただけなのに、その微弱なモルフを汲み取って自然と逆立ちしてしまうような、そんな奇妙な人物がいるとしたらどうなる？前者は形成場に書き込む力を持ったもの、後者は読み取る力を持ったもののことだ。ライターとリーダー、送信者と受信者と言ってもいいだろう。もしもそんな能力を持ったペアが存在するとしたらどうなると思う？
送信者のモルフ、思考活動や行動パターンが形成場を介して受信者に伝わる。つまりは送信者が受信者を意のままに操ることができるようになると、そう言いたいのか？
ああ、そうだ。
そんなバカなこと。
ありえないかどうかは実際に検証してみなければわからないと、
Yeah.
少なくとも本郷たちはそう考えたらしい。
It was an experiment after all.
だからこそ奴らは実験を行うことにしたんだ。ノナリープロジェクトはこうして開始されることになった。ところで順平くん、ガンツフェルト実験って知ってるかい？
No.
いや、聞いたことないな。
隔離された2つの部屋にそれぞれ被験者 Q と A を配置する。そして Q に映像を見せ、その映像が何なのかを A に当てさせる。テレパシーを検証するときによく使われる実験のことだ。
なるほど。で、そのガンツフェルト実験がどうしたんだ？
選別のために使われたのさ。ある地方都市にクレイドル製薬の傘下にある総合病院があってね。本郷たちはその病院を訪れた子供たちに対して密かにその実験を行ったんだ。そして素質のある子供たちが、つまり形成場に対するアクセス能力の高い子供たちが集められることになった。と言ってももちろん自発的に集まってきたわけじゃない。
Whoa.
無理やり拉致されてきたんだ。さらわれた子供たちの数は2人の兄弟が9組で合計18名だった。不思議なことに兄弟のうちの片方が送信能力に長けていると、もう片方は受信能力に長けているといった感じで、9組の能力はきれいに2つに分かれていた。
I wonder if for that they like needed blood-related siblings, and maybe both Clover and Snake lost their blood-related sibling, and that's how they kind of found each other or something. Because, you know, early on it was alluded to them not being blood-related. But I guess maybe that's not important.
それにのっとって18人は9人ずつ2つのグループに分けられることになった。グループ9は送信能力に長けた者たちで構成されたチームだった。彼らはアメリカのネバダ砂漠に建設された模擬実験棟、通称9棟に移送されていた。一方、受信能力の高い者たちで構成されたチームはグループ A と呼ばれた。グループ A のメンバーは病院船ギガントの船内に幽閉されることになった。これまでの研究から本郷たちは次の事実に気づいていた。形成場にアクセスする能力は2つの要素によって増強される。一つはひらめき、もう一つは危機。何か困難な問題に直面した時、悩んで悩み抜いた末にパッと頭の中に解放が浮かぶ瞬間があるだろう。
Never. Definitely not in this game.
言うまでもなく、これこそがまさにひらめきだ。このひらめきによって得られた情報は形成場に書き込まれやすく、また読み取りやすいそうだ。さらにそこに機器が加わることによって形成場へのアクセス能力が一段と高まることも分かっていた。本郷たちはそこに目をつけたんだ。彼らはギガントの船内に数々のギミックを仕掛けて謎を散りばめておくことにした。それらの謎を解かなければ先には進めない、そういう状況を作り出したんだ。もちろん彼らは危機を与えることも忘れなかった。
Of course.
ギガントの脇腹を爆破し、沈みゆく船の中でグループ A の子供たちにノナリーゲームを行わせたんだ。そうして子供たちを極限状態へと追い込み、能力の発現を促した。一方その頃、グループ9の子供たちは模擬実験棟9棟に監禁されていた。9棟はギガントの構造をそっくりそのまま模したもので、室内に仕掛けられたギミックもギガントのそれと全く同じものだった。
So they also thought they were on the gigantic? Possibly what's happening here. そ
して本郷たちは9の子供たちに向かってこう言った。部屋に散りばめられた謎を解け。解いたらその情報を A の連中に伝えろ。
So they knew about different groups being there, even at the time.
うまく伝えることができれば A の奴らは先に進むことができる。やがてギガントは沈み、お前らの兄弟であるグループ A のメンバーは皆海の藻くずと化すことになるだろう。
Yikes.
とね。事故を起こしたアポロ13号がどのようにして地球に帰還したのか知っているかい？
Science.
NASA にはアポロ13号の船内の様子をそっくりそのまま再現したレプリカが存在したんだ。船の構造や取り付けられた装置の類はもちろんのこと、何もかもがアポロ13号にあるものと同じだった。そのレプリカを使って NASA のスタッフたちは実際にアポロ13号で起こった事故を全く同じように再現し、何をどう使えばトラブルを解決することができるか、実際にレプリカの中に身を置いて考えたんだ。そして導き出された方法をアポロ13号の飛行士たちに伝えた。
NASA can't be real because space isn't real. Come on. Space, like you think there's actual like planets and stars out there? Come on. The sky is just like a blanket around the Earth, which is flat by the way, so it's not around the Earth, it's on top of the Earth. And, you know, the stars are just lights and gods and insects. Yep.
それが助けとなって彼らはどうにか地球への生還を果たした。これと同じようなことがギガントとキュートでも行われたんだ。
I wouldn't say it was exactly like that.
送信者であるグループ Q の子供たちは室内に散りばめられた問題をひらめきによって解決し、その解放を形成場に書き込んでいった。一方受信者であるグループ A の子供たちは形成場にアクセスして解放を読み取り、それによって問題を解いて先へ先へと進んでいったんだ。これが9年前に行われた実験の概要だ。
Yeah, I feel like we learned nothing new while having to sit through a lot of text. Well, I guess we learned like some new details, but that definitely could have been shorter.
おいチュベニルスお前らいつまで食べてんだ。いい加減こっちに来て手伝ってくれ。
Thank you, Seven.
だそうだ。行こう。時間がない。早く脱出する方法を見つけないと。
待ってくれ。最後に一つだけ聞かせてほしい。拉致されたのは本当に18人なのか？
どうして？
いや、なんとなく16人のような気が。
ああ、なるほど。当時の報道を覚えてたんだね。
News, huh?
だけどさらわれたのは間違いなく18人だよ。そうじゃなければノナリーゲームができないだろ。
確かにそうだが、じゃあ報道の方が間違いだったと？
Maybe they got it wrong on purpose.
そうだ。実際にはあと2人いたんだよ。その2人は身寄りがなかったらしくてね。捜索願いが出されてなかったんだ。僕らと同じ兄と妹の兄弟だった。兄の方の名前は葵。妹の方の名前は、
Are we going to get interrupted with this again?
妹の名前は
Okay.
茜。亡くなった少女というのは
Uh-huh.
その子なんだ。
I mean, obviously there's many Akanes out there. This doesn't necessarily mean that it's definitely her. You don't have to freak out that bad, but obviously it does mean that in this game.
じゃあ今この船にいる紫は一体誰なんだ？いや違
Who
う。
is June?
何考えてんだ一体。
Or is it?
そんなバカなことありえない。茜なんて名前大して珍しいものじゃないだろう。名字が同じだっていうのならまだしも、
Maybe he does.
ただ下の名前が同じだってだけで何をうろたえてるんだ。俺は別人だ。別人に決まってると思ってんじゃないか。
どうしたんだい？息遣いが荒いようだけど。
いや、なんでもない。気にしないでくれ。
Would you happen to know their last names? Or their family names, I guess, to be more accurate.
さあ、探索に戻ろう。聞けなかった。なぜか聞くことができなかった。その子の名字はただそれだけのことが。
Oh well. Guess we're gonna be in the dark a little more. A little longer. Just like our friend. Where were we? There. Sheldrake 5. Sheldrake, this is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to. But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. I just pointed at it, but okay, hey. Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. Honestly, with how obvious these books were, any sane person would probably just move them all around a little bit and just find this button easily. But okay. I guess we should press this button. Bop. Well, well, well. Maybe there is. But it would be nice to know. What was that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. There we go. I guess I'll do a quick save here. And drink some water. Don't return to the title screen. What does it say on there? Oh. Is that 10.3 or is that 13? I'm gonna say it's 10.3 because... no, I guess it's 13, 14, 10, 13. Yeah, I guess the spaces between these are much larger than between these here. So it's probably 13. 13, 14, 10, 13. This looks like an output monitor. I bet the letters you type in the keyboard would show up here. Well, I bet you've got to type something on that keyboard. Yeah, but you can only enter letters. And it looks like you only enter 4 letters. Let's see how it works. I guess I need to hit enter once you type in the answers. And you can erase what you typed with flr. Okay, I get the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. Well, I guess 13 could be the 13th letter of the alphabet. Let me just go to Google again before I fucking mess this up again. I had a nice graphic here. So 13 is M. What was after that? Was 10 after that? Or was it 14 already? I think it was 13, 14, 10, 13. So M, N, J, M. That doesn't seem like the solution, but you know. M, N, J, M. That's not the enter key. You silly game. Oh, 13, 2. What? That's not right, is it? Anyway. Okay, didn't think so. Well, we could also go with the... Let me check the number first again. Damn it. I just don't get this. Oh yeah, no, it's 13, 14, 10, 13, just like I thought. Could be the digital root of those numbers and then turn those into letters or something. Also. I just don't get this. What the hell is the point of these Roman... What is Snake doing? These Roman numerals, if you convert them to Arabic numerals, yeah. You'll have 13, 14, 10, and 13, I know. True. But this keyboard only has letters, and we can only enter 4 letters, yeah. Then why don't you just convert these numbers to letters? I tried. Convert the numbers to letters. Didn't I do exactly that? M, N, J, M. That's what I did, right? But that didn't work. 13, 14, 10, 13. Yay. I guess I'll check the thing again. 13, yeah. 14, yeah. 10, yeah. 13. It's not MNJM. We tried that. So I guess I'll turn them into the... You know, the digital roots. So for 13 that would be 4. So we have D. Then DE. A. D. Oh, that would be dead. That makes some sense to me. Aha. Yay! You did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now. Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go, hurry up. No, are engraved on the wall. Nope. I'm guessing these doors were locked before. Alright, let's get this thing open. Wow, you found it.
よし、ここが次の。
扉が。
勝手に閉まったの？
まさか戻れなくなったわけじゃねえよな。
そんなことはないと思うが。ダメだ。
Let's hope both doors lead to the same room, so we didn't just lock ourselves out of the thing.
自動的にロックがかかる仕組みになってたみたいだ。
他に出口は？
右側にもう一枚扉があるな。脇にカードリーダーがついてる。赤いサインがついてるから。
This room
あっ
looks
ちも施
messy.
錠されてるのは間違いなさそうだ。
でもカードリーダーはあるんだね。
ああ。
それじゃあカードキーを見つければこの部屋から出られるんじゃないかな。
それはそうかもしれないが。
ちょっと待ってよ。それじゃあまた探索しなきゃいけないっていうの？
Maybe.
この部屋をか。
そういう。
That's kind of messy.
マジか。
Looks like it's got stuff that we've seen in other rooms, maybe, like that mannequin head. Looks kind of familiar. We got some reds and or deads.
とにかく死にたくなかったら動くしかないだろう。時間はもうほとんど残されてないんだからね。さあ早くカードキーを探そう。ああ、それから海王星の鍵もだ。海王星の鍵がないと通路の先に進めないからね。よし、それじゃあ探索開始だ。
Kind of wanna save and check the other door, but first I wanna check if we can find the other door from inside here. Seek a way out. Like save here, reload from just before, and try the other door. But first, let's look for the door that we came in from. Where are we? So that's where I came from, maybe? That's the door we came in through. It's locked. I don't see anything around that looks like it'll unlock it. Probably shouldn't waste our time trying, And that's the one we want to unlock. This thick metal door is blocking our way out. It's locked and I can't get it to open. No surprise. Yeah, I only see that one door that we came from, so let me actually save and try the other one. Gonna have to enter dead again, but that shouldn't take much time. It's fine, leave it to me. Dead. Yay, we did it. We're so smart. It's a thick metal door. There's a handle in the middle of it, though. Okay, thanks. Alright, handle, it's time we got this over with. Damn it, I can't get it open. This thing won't even budge. What? Why not? Put in the password. What else do we have to do? Then that means it's the other door. Yeah, okay. I guess I might as well just go through this again, and so that we have that bit of extra info, I guess. Maybe that could be helpful. Well, I guess maybe that door there is just the exit back into here, even though I guess we'll find the card we need there. Okay, we can't fast forward, I guess, because, We did reload, so it wouldn't count.
他に
右赤いスでもそれじゃ
とにかく時間をさあ海洋性
Don't you worry,
Yes.
we're just about to start. Alright. Seek a way out? Yeah, that probably should. Seven had a pretty good thing going there. For a while. Oh hey, it's like that other map, but kinda different. Agent Pay, isn't this an article table? Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before. New material has been added to the file screen. Okay, can't interact with that red light. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we solved in the other rooms. Yep. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see his plan come to fruition. What? Why do you there? Okay, if you say so. If you say there's nothing useful there, then I guess I'll have to accept that. I think these fans are for ventilation. They're probably there to circulate air. Okay. There are some old computer monitors on this desk. You don't see CRT monitors that much anymore. Yeah. I guess when this originally came out, when the DS was still recent, CRT monitors weren't that uncommon. You know, so they were definitely on their way out, but I'd say some people probably still use them. But nowadays, probably not. This screen is huge. Wonder why it's blue. Maybe if I touch it. Oh, there's something on all. There's something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with the numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. Oh, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. You just gotta use that to make the all cells on the right and the bottom green. Hey Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You wanna take a look at it? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle? It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Hehehe. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like I just need to make all of the cells all green. Wait, so do I look at the paper that I got or not? So let me just test this theory, right? So I hit this button. Oh, okay, so that actually turned this off as well. Ah, because I guess these numbers together make L. So are we back to hexadecimals, maybe? Geez, no, I don't think so though, because L... So F would be 15, right? Plus 1 would be 16, plus 5 would be 21, and I'm pretty sure L is not the 21st letter in the alphabet. So that theory is not quite correct. Huh. But it also isn't like you just have to have all of these in there to make it green, because we have everything in here and this is still red. What if I just... What happens if I had one of these that's next to one of these? I'm assuming that doesn't necessarily affect these here. Huh. So 6F I guess is what we need to make L here. And what if we do this one? 4. F. F, F, F. New Zealand, huh? I actually don't know where that is on the map. I guess it's somewhere around Australia-ish? I don't know. I feel like there's some relation between Australia and New Zealand, but maybe that's just because New Zealanders hate being compared to Australia or something, or some shit. I feel like I've heard something about that. Wouldn't even do the math. Yeah, but I kind of just want to know why this one is green now. Why this amounts to L. I guess, like, turning this off. Wait, no. Wait, how did I turn this? I guess no, I turned this one to L. Right, so 6F somehow equals... Oh, 1 plus F plus 5. Okay, so I guess that makes sense. You know, if F is something. Whoops! I didn't mean to go out. Damn it, I accidentally swiped my hand across the button as I was moving my hand back on the controller. This is not harder than I expected. No, I don't want a hint, please. According to the chart Clover gave me, I just need to plug in the number up for each for each letter. Thanks. Before I try this again, I really should look over the instructions. Touch any of the 9 cells that aren't the all cells. When I touch a cell, the cell I touch and the ones next to it change. Yeah, I know. So I just have to touch the right cell. Okay, wait. Very helpful. So. I guess we need these here on for sure to leave the screen, right? Because if any of these turn off, then it won't be anymore, right? Like if we do this. Oh, but that turns both of these into L. So 9 and C equals F and 6. I guess, let me just check the alphabet again. For, well, C is obviously 3 and F is, I guess, 5. Yeah, 6. And L is 12. So I guess, yeah, 6 plus 6 would be 12. And 9. Wait, what do we have here? 9 plus 3 is also 12. Okay. So yeah, the letters have the regular alphabetical numbers, I guess. It's just they chose to have some of them as letters and some of them as numbers. So I guess we want to make this entire top row empty, except for maybe what happens if I do this? No, that's 4, huh? I don't see a way for this to turn into 1. This one, yeah. If we turn these two off. New Zealand. For New Zealand. Oh, okay, so I guess the 10 also works for A. So I guess maybe it's either you get the actual result or you get the digital root. So I guess if we do that, then what do we have up here again? Then I guess getting rid of the D here would serve that purpose, yeah. Right, so I want to turn off the B here. Okay, now yeah, we have... No, weird. Oh, okay, I guess maybe... No, that doesn't make sense. I was thinking that for this row you want to have the actual numbers, and for this one you want the the digital root. But that doesn't really work because this one was working with, 12. And also digital root could never be 12. But yeah, this being one, I guess maybe just for the letter A you want the digital root, but for the other ones you want the regular thing? That's a little weird. That's a little weird. B would be 2, so a 10, which doesn't work. 9. So I will turn... No, wait. Yeah, now this works. Can I reset? I can. Okay. So this is 6. This is 12, I guess, which makes it. So here we want these two, but not this. And here we want not this, also. So that works out. If I do this. No, wait. Oh! Totally solved that on purpose just now. You did it, Jumpy! You're so smart! Thanks. That was not totally still figuring it out. I totally had it completely solved. You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. I mean, yeah, but I wanted to, I wanted to try. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Thanks. I wonder what you were trying to say instead of gorgeous looking. Anyway. Just what I would have expected. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out. It's some kind of shield. A metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. Dope. So, can we do anything with these parts here? The control panel for the same. Nothing happens when I press the buttons. Okay. That's one part of this room solved, I guess. Oh. Oh! There's a piece of paper in here. Not sure without taking a closer look, but I think it might be a clue. Junpei, we don't need this anymore, do we? No, I don't think so. Yeah, this is for the puzzle we already solved. Oh, okay. Can I still look at it though? What would it have been? 9-panel cross puzzle, I guess? This document says 9-panel cross puzzle, first draft on it. It was found in the filing cabinet. Since it says first draft, then presumably it was improved upon in a second draft, then a third, and so on. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. 1 plus 1, 4. Base plus A. Find the sum of the numbers aligned. Well, I guess we really don't have this. Do not calculate the areas that are colored in. Very, very nice. There's nothing in the other drawers. There's a whole buttload of drawers in this cabinet. Dope. Oh, hey. I guess this is where we're gonna need these emblems. A mouse. Nothing happens when I mess with it, though. It's so small. I wonder what it is. I got no idea. There are 3 monitors here. The power's on, but there's nothing on any of the screens. The keyboard. Let's just tap a few keys, see if we can make this, wake this thing up. Damn. No dice. I want to play with the crayons. I guess they're not crayons, but pencils. But if you want to believe they're crayons, then I'm on your side. Fine, we'll look at the big obvious thing. Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on there. Ah, now I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I solved the puzzle with this, like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here. The same thing? The important part is this nautical table we just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines on the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think it's gonna use the wheel attached to the side here. But we solved that not using the map, but some other thing. Oh well. Okay, then show me now. Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. Yeah, maybe I would like to open the thing here so I can look at them. This looks like it probably works the same way the steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. If I just touch the direction I wanted to turn to, the compass will turn that direction. Then I just gotta press stop when the compass is pointing where I want it to turn, where I want it to. I'm betting something will happen if I can do it right. Alright, let's do this. Wait, let me look at the fucking thing first. Can I open the menu? Menu. Come on. Maybe hint is the thing? Aha, okay. I never wanted to hit the hint button because I don't want actual hints. But I guess all along it was just these files. So that's kind of dumb. Okay, so I guess we start by going south and then west. Then we go west. And then we go southeast. I guess, yeah, that was shorter. Then we go northeast. Then we go east and then north. North. And then east again. And that should be the end. Wahoo! Yeah, you did it, Junpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Ah, knock it off. Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the mod. It just kinda slid open and something came out. Oh, yeah. I heard a noise too. You know that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know? A noise, huh? Helm emblem. A metal plate shaped like a shield. A symbol that looks like a steering wheel engraved on it. Now, what were you saying about noise? This thing, maybe? I guess we haven't checked it yet. There's something written on these pieces of paper. It looks like we got 3 sheets of the stuff. What is it? Morse code chart, maybe? No. Oh, yes it is. Morse code chart was found on the steel strap of the It's Morse code, the A to I. Short marks, got it. Okay. I guess hopefully we can use the hint button for that as well when we need it. That's a different one, yeah. Let's see what happens when I... Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the screen at least. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communications office, yeah. Morse code? Yeah. The dots on there look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the third and on the last. Ah, I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I ought to run through the instructions. If I just tap the button, I'll enter a dit. If I hold the button down, it'll enter a da. Once we enter our answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. I can also switch through the code sheets I've got by touching the 3 icons over on the right. Alright, let's do this. Wait. What am I trying to spell out? I thought I was gonna... I thought we were seeing code and are now trying to turn it into letters, but now you want me to enter a code? I don't know what I would enter anymore. Huh? Once again, I can't open the log. I guess I gotta find something that's 3 things long, like a D maybe. Does it spell dead again? No, there's multiple things that are 3 things long, etc. Obviously. Let me go back. Oops. What would you want me to type in there, man? There's a pile of crap everywhere. This is a pretty impressive mess. If we try and search every one of these, we're gonna be at it till the cows come home. Well, that doesn't seem too bad. We won't have to bring them in ourselves then. Don't you get smart with me, kid. How about we deal with this area later, okay guys? Maybe we should try something more promising? What's with these monitors? These monitors hang down from the ceiling. Each screen shows a room on the ship. And we don't care about that? Okay. The pipe. Thank you. Fluorescent bulbs fill the room with harsh or white light. Okay. Maybe there's something written here? No? The card reader. It says lock. I'm not gonna be able to open this up until I find the card that goes into this thing. Steel cabin with a double door. Oh. The metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Aha. I guess that's what we opened up. Oh! Oh, holy shit. That is pretty damn creepy. It says all eyes. There's a coffin in here. A coffin. A coffin. Oh man, does Seven think? Yeah, he's all out, but he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way. Could this be... I'm sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Almost called him Shake. Man, I can't bring myself to tell him. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. Anything else in here? It doesn't look like it. There's a metal plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All eyes. Ah, the 2 machines. Holy shit. Man, this is serious. Ah, well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you could give me a hand. Okay, I got it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open. Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something. Yes, I believe it's locked in locked in some other way. Hey, Seven, do you think you could open up with your superhuman strength? No, What's wrong? I think I'll just pass on this one, okay? What the heck? Very well, we'll just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is that actually true? closing it back up all nice and tidy. So I do a quick save here. Have you figured out what you're supposed to enter here, Junpei? No. It looks like the word that's supposed to go here has 3 letters. It's got 3 lines, and I think each line is 1 letter. I guess I have to base it on that and ice, maybe? I don't know, let's check. What I'm mainly concerned is what the dots, what the length of each thing was again, because I forgot. I just remember it was 3 at the top. Each line is 1 letter. I see. Well, in that case, then perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 symbols, and 1 symbol respectively. Oh, it's 2 for 1. No, wait. What? Why can I never open the log anymore? I don't understand. After all, isn't that what you just said? One line has 2 spaces, the next 4, and the last one only a single space. Okay, 2, 4, 1. Didn't even get the first one with 3 things right. 2, 4, 1. I see. So in other words, I've got to enter either the dots or the dashes. In a set of 2, then a set of 4, and then just 1. Yes, well, that's how it would seem. Yeah, see, that's what I wanted to know. You didn't have to give me... You could have just let me look at the thing again. Maybe I just gotta... Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. No! Shut up. By touching them. Okay. 2, 4, 1, yeah. So, I, C, E would work. Let's try that. C, and A. I see, it seems you have solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The correct answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds that the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right of the device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise? Yeah, that's true. Ah, yes, one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. What? Maybe. A metal plate shaped like a shield. It has some sort of weird pattern engraved on it. Don't know how to describe it. Considering where I found it, it's probably a code. Maybe. Wonder if there's any hidden meaning to this. Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. Just a box. Well, gear. Oh, holy shit, this is a coffin. There's going to be something horrible in there, I just know it. Okay, deep breaths. Here we go. It's empty! Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, I can't believe I was scared of something like that. What do you mean nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in there? It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Eh? Well, just like the 7 said, there's nobody in there. There's something in there, though. Well, 2 somethings, actually. What is that? Can I look down there? Okay. Another one of those, and a key. There are 2 things on the bottom of the coffin. Looks like we got a plate with an emblem on it, and the Neptune key. Yes, we finally found it. Now we can get through the hallway. That's correct, Clover, but we need to go. But we do need to get out of this room first, you know. Oh yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as the other thing goes... Coffin emblem. A metal plate shaped like a shield. It has a sort of crosshatch pattern on it, like a waffle, like what was on the coffin that Snake was in. waffle pattern looks just like the lid on of the coffin. Okay. Where was that thing? Was it this? Yes. Let's give it another save. Oops. Ba-boom. Alright, I put the emblems into the 4 indentations on the desk, but... Huh? Nothing's happening. Wait, what's Snake doing? I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right, the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the mysterious circle symbol. And lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom of the bottom right indentation. Additionally, each symbol seems to have been given a number. 1 steering wheel, 2 cross, 3 mysterious circle, and 4 waffle patterns. Perhaps we need to insert the emblems in this order. That order, huh? What, you gonna make me do it now? Drop the emblem of the steering wheel in here. What? Whoa. Well, now we've got something on this on the monitors at least. What's that? Looks like some kind of puzzle. I wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. Where are they? Where are you reading them from? When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Just like the... you know, the door things. Press the check button once you have moved all of the balls except for the red ones, which you cannot move. And 9 is red because 9 is dead, question mark. The digital root of the balls in an area must match the number for that area. That's it. I still don't really get it. Whatever, like they say, practice makes prefects. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Hey, let's see you solve the next one. Then you can make fun of me. Okay. Let me drink some water real quick. So, okay. I click one of these areas and then I select which one of these to get in there. Okay, let's just try stuff, I guess. For 6, we would need like 15 or 24, but probably 15. Actually, let's just try going for 24 just for fun, if we even can. I guess, no, we can't, because we will need 8 times 3 to make 24. And we only have 1 8 and nothing above. So we can't make 24. As sad as I am to say that. Alright then. 15. We could use 8 and 3 and 4. Right? And then if we put all the rest... Wait, sorry. Okay. If we put all the rest in there, would that make... Okay, right, that's 1 too many. So I guess that's not what we want, actually. Right, that was... so we have 8 numbers and... I guess logically... No, I guess we could have one with... Huh? Why can't we have 5? I guess it turned red because it's... No. But I think it should only turn red if there's too many, right? I guess let me just calculate real quick. There's 13, 18, 20, 21. That would actually work for perfectly, so why won't you let me? Maybe it's just red because we're done here? Okay. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There's still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? Maybe. maybe we have to do 4 of these. Next is the plus. Let's put the emblem of the cross. Hey Junpei, something just showed up on the screen. This puzzle sure looks a lot like the last one. Yeah, but there's more of those red balls you can't move. The numbers for each area are different too. It looks like it's got the same rules as the last one though. You sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. If I get confused I can look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying, alright? Okay, now we have 1 and 7. And we can't use 1. And still 9. So, for 1 we can only make 10, right? There's no other way. So we could use a 2, 3, and 5, for example. And then if we put in the rest, maybe that just works out. That's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it. This one next, right? Emblem of the secret code. Damn, this puzzle looks a bit lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same though. Don't you think you should... No, come on, man. It'll be fine. This is, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Ah, shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. 2 7s? That's impossible. So 7, we would like 16. Probably. I guess we could just also form 7. No, we can't. Not with these numbers. Also can't use 25, obviously, since we don't have the amount. So we would like 16 twice. Well, we could get 16. I'm supposed to get the digital root of 7 in both. Let's just do a simple solution here. I guess it's not that simple, but I guess it is. Wahoo! Excellent work, Junpei. You've got only 1 left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Which one do I put in now, though? I'm confused. I can't solve this puzzle. Let's see what happens when I put the emblem of the coffin into this indentation. This is the 4th one. This puzzle looks a lot, yep. Probably the last one. Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright. I'll solve it in no time. 8 and 9. Okay. So we probably want 17 and maybe just 9. Can we do 9? No. So 17 and 18, I guess. This could be trickier though. I can't just easily get like 10 or something, but I guess I can finagle around. 17, I could do 8 plus 9 to reach 17, which would be this. Then here we just wait, we don't have enough. We can't solve this one. I guess we, no, yeah, there's no way. What are we supposed to do? Maybe we can use the 6 after all, because that's the trick here. Aww. 8 and 8 and put the 9 and 9, you're good. Yeah, maybe I am. But once again, I'm mad at your speech-to-text that it typed "your" like that. We need at least 3 in everything, but we only have 5 to do it with. I guess I'll just try like this and see if it works. Maybe we can do it with 2? Maybe I read it wrong. Yeah, this combination will not open the door. We need a 0. I need a 0. And then I'm holding on for a 0 till the end of the line. The garden. Yes. Yes, it is. Maybe if I had hit back, they'll be like, this is impossible. Or maybe if I had reset, something will happen. Nothing happened. Damn it, I just don't get this at all. The rules are displayed on the screen. Maybe I should read it again. Fine, I'll read the rules. When you touch a number, 3 to 5. Okay. Well. Am I supposed to bring a ball into this somehow? Oh, okay. Use the keyboard to give it another shot. I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things available, and I need 3 to 5. I guess maybe if I manage to put everything in one area, maybe that'll work out. Doop. Okay. Maybe the other one. Whoops. I forgot to switch areas here. Oops, sorry. Aha. Okay. Huh? Where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions. Damn, Junpei, good job! Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe. Here. Oh, hey. A photo. Well, well, well. Yeah, I don't think I recognized the guy that I didn't recognize before, but the other 3 I'm pretty sure are the people that I said.
なんだよこれ。一番右端の口ひげを蓄えた男。こいつは船長室で殺されていた。
Yep. I should be able to recognize them. I mean... I can't look at it again. But, hold on.
左の手首にゼロのバングルをはめていた。それに、左から2番目、メガネをかけた白衣姿の男は。
Like, the guy that I don't recognize does look familiar. But I can't quite say. I don't think it's Snake. So, maybe gives me Santa feelings, Santa vibes. But I'm not sure. If I use my noggin, that makes me really want to figure it out. If I could take a look at like everyone in the game, I guess I could if I... Hold on. If we go to... Wait, first let me do something. Where's the button? Wait, where'd that button go? Ah, there it is. There. If we go here, then we can see everyone on the left side there. Now if I open up the game again. So I don't think it's us. I don't think it's Venus. Kind of a passing resemblance with the eyes and nose, maybe. Santa. Yeah, kind of similar to Santa. Don't think it's June or 9 or Ace. They're on that picture already. don't think Snake resembles that guy, and 7 doesn't really either. I'm gonna stick with my Santa theory. You know, Santa's relative or something. Okay. I mean, you know, that was unavoidable. Because when you start the Nonary game collection up, it shows that. Couldn't be helped.
間違いない。こいつは鳥の巣頭の男。
Mm-hmm.
バングルナンバー9番の男だ。5の扉の先へ一人で侵入し、無残に砕け散った。そして何より、この一番左端に映ってる。
Uh-huh.
一宮だ。
Yep.
らしいな。
間違いないね。
どういうことなんだ。どうしてこんなところに一宮の
What
写真
indeed?
が。しかも一宮だけじゃない。9番の男や船長も一緒に。
Mm-hmm. Gotta drink some water.
どうしてこいつらは仲良さそうに笑い合ってるんだ。なぜだ。一体どうして。ここに写っている4人は一体どんな関係なんだ。
Well, we heard about something.
写真には一宮が写っているのかい？
Yep.
ああ、だが最近撮ったものじゃなさそうだ。一宮も9番の男も船長も10歳ぐらい若く見える。
Roughly, I'd say maybe like 9-ish years.
9番の男と船長室で殺されていた男も写ってるのか？
ああ、そうだ。
他には写ってるのはその3人だけかな？
いや、もう一人いる。知的で冷たい感じの目つきをした長髪の男だ。こいつだけ見覚えがないが。
写真に日付は？
ないな。
裏も確かめてみたかい？
裏？
Well, that's, you should have checked that.
そう、裏だ。
お、ノナリープロジェクトの成功を祈って。虹崎、久保田、武蔵堂とともに。
Mm-hmm.
ってことは、ここに写っている4人は9年前に計画を企てた主要人物たちということか。つまりここに写っている1名9番の男、船長の3人はノナリープロジェクトの首謀者だったということに
Nothing new for the player at this point.
なるが、なんでだろう。思ったよりも驚きがないというか、まるでそれが当たり前みたいに。
Supposed to be. Jeez.
なぜだ。どうして驚かない。一宮がノナリープロジェクトの首謀者だと分かったんだぞ。なのになんでこんな風に平然としていられる。
Why indeed?
まるで最初から知ってたみたいじゃないか。
ああ、そうか。やっぱりそういうことだったのか。一宮はクレイドル製薬の CEO。 9年前の実験を画策した主犯格の人物、本郷源太郎だったんだ。
We had a feeling, huh?
一宮が本郷？
いや、初めからうすうす感づいてはいたんだけどね。声がそっくりだったから。一宮の声と9年前の本郷の声、忘れるわけがないさ。あの悪魔のような声を。でも僕は顔を確かめることができない。だから 100% の確信は持てずにいたんだ。もっとも確信を抱いていたとしても君たちには教えなかっただろうけれど。
Why?
例のゼロからの脅迫文があったからね。
I feel like that's a gray area.
お兄ちゃん。それって私も初耳だよ。一宮が本郷だったなんて。
ああ、そうか。
I guess their group never heard him.
四つ葉は9年前ネバダの模擬実験棟9棟の方にいた。一方本郷は僕と同じくギガントの船内にいたから。
そうだよ。だから私は本郷の顔は知らないんだ。なのにどうして？なんで教えてくれなかったの？いくらなんでも実の妹にぐらい打ち明けてくれたっていいじゃない。
ごめん、悪かったよ。だけど四つ葉に話したらすぐに他のみんなへと言い広めてしまうだろう。
I mean...
そうなったらどうしたって9年前の出来事について触れざるを得なくなる。それだけは絶対に避けたかったんだ。
なあ、順平、ちょっとその写真貸してもらえないか。
Okay.
本郷、久保田、虹崎、武蔵堂。
You recognize them?
本郷、久保田、虹崎、武蔵堂。
Memories flowing back into your brainage.
本郷、久保田、
brainage
虹崎、
type.
武蔵堂。
なあセブン、
Shut up,
お前
Junpei,
もしか
he's
して
thinking.
うるさい、黙っててくれ。
Yeah, man.
もう少しで思い出しそうなんだ。もう少しで、もう少しで。
They did that little cut off without me hitting a button.
本郷、久保田、虹崎、武蔵堂、クレイドル製薬、ノナリープロジェクト。やべえ、
なんだ？
どうしたの？
やべえぞ、お前ら。
だから何が？
思い出したんだよ。
何を？
すべてをだ。
Okay.
すべて？
あ、
Be more
そ
specific.
うだ。すべて。ここに拉致されてくる前の出来事を
Yay?
一切合切全部ひっくるめて丸ごとこっそり思い出したんだよ。
That's good, right?
教えてやろう。一宮が本郷だってのはさっきニルスが言った通りだ。残りの3人は右から順に武蔵堂、虹崎、久保田になる。武蔵堂はノナリープロジェクトに出資していた投資家の男、虹崎は本郷の右腕で、久保田は実験を指揮していた研究者だ。
As we've heard.
なんで知ってるんだよ。
だから言っただろ。何もかも思い出したんだよ。
答えになってない。俺が取り戻した記憶の中にどうして4人のことが刻まれてたのかだ。
知りたいのか。
Yeah.
当たり前だろ。
私も知りたい。
長くなるぜ。3日3晩かけたって語り尽くせるような内
Maybe
容じゃねえ
the
んだ。
Cliff Notes version.
それはダメだよ。時間がないの。
できるだけ
What's that?
手短に頼む。
手短にねえ。分かったよ。なんとかやってみよう。俺は刑事だ。
Oh.
自分で言うのもなんだが、俺は組織の規律よりも何よりも俺自身の信じるものを優先しちまうたちでな。いわゆるはぐれ者のデカってやつだった。だからその日も俺は俺の信念に基づいて行動し、一人で夜の埠頭へと向かっていた。今から9年前のことだ。たどり
Oops. It did that thing again where it looked like the text was over, but it wasn't. The dwarf had been cold as fuck and I could barely see the C-squad.
当時俺は少年少女連続不明事件について追っていた。被害者の接点はただ一つ。同じ病院への通院歴があったこと。その病院の経営母体はクレイドル製薬のグループ企業で、
Good detective work
こ
there.
のつながりをたどっていくうちにクレイドル製薬の上層部の人間が事件に関与していることを突き止めた。そして俺はクレイドル製薬の内部の人間から情報を引き出すことにも成功した。その情報提供者はこう言ったんだ。
今夜 X 埠頭から船が出る。子供たちはその船に乗せられ沖合に停泊している大型客船に連行されるらしい。
そうして俺はその埠頭へとたどり着いた。物陰に身を潜めて様子を探ると、岸壁に一艘の不審船が横付けされているのが分かった。その船上と周囲にちらほらと人影が見えてな。
That look doesn't suit him, at least not with that facial expression.
どうやら黒いスーツに身を包んだ男たちが大きな袋に詰め込まれた何かを 船の中へと運び込んでるみてえだった。その重量感、たわみ方を見て俺は悟った。間違いねえ。奴らが運び込んでいるのは人だと気づいた時にはもう俺の体は動いていた。物陰から飛び出し銃を構えた。動くな。だが次の瞬間、俺の後頭部には硬い金属が押し当てられていた。
Got out, spied there.
銃を捨てろ。ここで君を殺したところで私は何も困りはしない。足首に怒りをつなげて海へと放り込めば1週間は上がってこないだろう。どうする？
But I have a special device on in my stomach that lets people track me, and they know when I die. And I'm just making this up, but you don't know that.
撃鉄の下げられる音が頭蓋骨に直接響いた。悔しいがどうしようもなかった。俺は声に従いゆっくりと足元に銃を置いた。その直後、首筋に鋭い痛みを覚えた。何か針のようなものを突き刺されたらしい。注射か。俺はそのままうつ伏せになって倒れた。頬には冷たいコンクリートの感触があった。それを最後に俺の意識は途切れた。硬い床の上で俺は目を覚ました。
Inside the ship, or
くさ、頭がガンガンするぜ。首だけを軽く持ち上げて辺りを見回す。どこだ？粗末なベッド、薄汚れた洗面台、ドアのついていないむき出しのままの便器。どうやらそこは刑事である俺のよく知ってる場所のようだった。
so you're an ex-cop then?
独房か？便器の反対側の壁には一枚の扉があった。俺はよろめきながら身を起こしてその前に近づいていった。扉に手のひらをついて前後左右に圧力をかけてみた。開かねえ。
Obviously.
当然だ。独房にぶち込んでおいて鍵をかけないわけがない。何度か体当たりも食らわしてみたが無駄だった。だよな。俺は一人つぶやいてその場にどさっと腰を下ろした。
Well, he survived this, we know that much.
それからどれぐらいの時間が経ったか。
I guess this is gonna introduce some kind of a zombie comeback from the dead mechanics, which I kinda doubt.
俺の耳にふとかすかな声が届いた。声は遠かった。なんて言ってるのか聞き取ることはできなかった。だがそれは確かに俺の鼓膜を震わせていた。変声期を迎える前の甲高い声。
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Hurricane.
声は一つじゃなく重なり合って響いていた。複数いるな。5人か6人か、いやもっとか。
Maybe 9.
どこだ？どこから聞こえてくる？俺はキョロキョロと辺りを見回し壁に耳をつけてみた。違う、こっちじゃねえ。左か？左のベッドの下か？俺は鋼鉄のフレームをがっしり掴むと力任せにベッドをひっくり返した。見つけた。すぐに分かった。ベッドが置かれていた壁の下の方に金網に覆われた通気口があった。腹ばいになって奥を覗き込んでみたが暗くて何も見えやしない。だがその先から声が聞こえてくることは間違いなかった。どういうことだ？なんでこんなところに子供たちが？
Well, probably for whatever you were seeing them getting shipped away for.
思い出したのはクレイドル製薬の内通者の言葉だった。
今夜 X 埠頭から船が出る。子供たちはその船に乗せられ沖合に停泊している大型客船と連行されるらしい。
おいおいおい、まさかここはその大型客船の中だってのか。とにかくどうにかして子供たちのところへたどり着けねえもんかと俺は。
Kind of doesn't seem like he would fit through that thing.
その時目に入ったのは、いけるか。俺は指を鍵爪のように折り曲げて、そして
Good job.
ざまめろ感じちゃうね。目の前にはぽっかりと開いた
Still looks kind of narrow for you.
俺は額に吹き出した汗を拭って早速その奥へと潜り込んでいった。幼虫みてえにもぞもぞと体を動かしてひたすら前へ前へと進んだ。しばらく行くとダクトは一回り太くなって、
Okay.
この俺でさえ四つん這いで進めるほどの広さになった。
I feel like I'd be too worried that it just gets tighter somewhere where you can't even see from here, and then you're stuck there with no way back out. Because that would be a fucking awful way to go.
まるで幼虫から成虫になった気分だったぜ。俺はゴキブリみてえに手足をバタつかせてさらに前進を続けた。とその時、ダクトの向こうから重々しい響きが届いた。何か分厚い鉄の門が閉ざされるような音だった。続けて聞こえてきたのは、
That sounds familiar. Will do.
なんだ。英語で何を言ってるかは分からなかったが、とにかくやべえってことだけは理解できた。そしてそれを裏付けるみたいに幼い悲鳴が響いてきた。
That's fucked up.
聞き迫る絶叫だった。複数の声が混ざり合ってぐちゃぐちゃだった。
Yeah.
さあ一体何が起こったってんだ。俺は四つん這いになったまま走り出した。狭いダクトの中を獣のように駆け抜けていく。すると湾曲したダクトの左手に一枚の鉄扉を見つけた。子供たちの悲鳴はそのすぐ向こう側から聞こえてきていた。ここだ。俺は確信してこの地形の取っ手をつかむと勢いよくそれを押し上げた。
My man.
おい、何なんだここは。思わず声がこぼれた。
Oh, you're up there, huh?
そこは底面が九角形になったドーム型の広い空間だった。ちょうどロートを逆さにしたような形で、天井は上に向かってすぼまっている。煙突のようにも見えた。その下には探し求めていた子供たちの姿があった。
Don't some of those forms look rather familiar? Especially the three on the right there. Can't quite tell the one on the left. But those three sure look like some people that we might have seen.
子供たちは顔をこわばらせて俺のことを見上げていた。いきなり現れた俺の姿に驚いているというよりは怯えている様子だった。無理もないかこの面構えじゃ。自重気味に笑って俺は真下の子供たちに向かって言った。安心しろ、 敵じゃねえ。それでも彼らの表情は晴れない。そんな中、たった一人だけ答えを返してくれた奴がいた。
Yeah, totally. All Japanese children look like this.
学ランを着た少年だった。
あんた一体誰なんだよ。
そいつは一歩前に出て疑うようにこっちを見ながら言った。刑事だよ、お前らを助けに来たんだ。俺がそう告げた途端、ほんの少しだけ子供たちの表情が和らいだ。
I guess Seven being related or the son of one of the people in charge would explain why only supposedly 16 children were reported missing, right? Because why would the father himself report his own children going missing when it was all part of his plan?
助けるってどうやって。
出口は
ダメなんだ。入ってきた方の2枚の扉は両方とも開かないし、そこにある9の扉は。
そこで言葉を切ってから学ランはこう続けた。
とにかくダメなんだよ。全員では出られないんだ。このままだと俺たち焼き殺されることに。
Maybe we can somehow yank you all up into this entrance. Might be a tight fit though.
焼き殺される。
ここは焼却炉の中なんだ。今鳴り響いてる警報は焼却が始まることを告げていて、だから
Unpleasant.
そこに再びアナウンスの声が響き渡った。
Incineration will start in 15 minutes.
さすがの俺でも15ミニッツぐらいは聞き取ることができた。俺は改めて眼下の様子を確かめてみた。床までの距離は 7,8 メートルか。とてもじゃないが腕を伸ばしたところで子供たちの体を引き上げることはできそうもなかった。それじゃあどうすればいいか。瞬間一つの考えがひらめいた。
Yeah, there's a couple of small differences between the English and the actual Japanese English, I guess, and the text. That's not the only one. I guess that they just made it sound more natural in the English sub and dub. But the meaning's mostly the same.
待ってろ、すぐに戻ってくる。
どこ行っちゃうの。僕たちを見捨てるつもり。
Never.
子供たちが動揺の色を浮かべてざわめく。ほら、不器用だが精一杯の笑顔を浮かべ言ってやった。心配するな、必ず戻ってくる。だからおとなしく待ってるんだ。そのまま俺は急いでダクトへと引き返した。走る走る走る。獣のように四つ足でダクトを駆け抜けていく。
Yeah.
やがてたどり着いた場所はそう独房だった。戻ってきたんだ、あるものを用意するために。
And what's that?
その準備を終えると俺は急いで再びダクトの中へ飛び込んだ。
Is it bed sheets or something?
そして待たせたな。
Kept you waiting, huh?
焼却炉に戻った俺は持ってきたロープをスルスルと下ろしていった。
Oh, a rope? Okay, I guess that was just a rope.
それはベッドのシーツを切り裂いて結び
It wasn't cheats.
縄のように寄り合わせて作ったものだった。さあそいつを体に巻きつけるんだ。一人ずつ順番に引き上げてやる。
分かった。
あれちょっと待てよ。俺はフロアの隅々を見渡して続けた。人数が減ってるじゃねえか。他の連中はどうしたんだ。学ランが答える。
先に行かせたんだ。9の扉を開いてその向こうへ。
ああ、どういうことだ。そこにある9って書かれた扉が開い
Yeah,
た
he
っていう
wouldn't,
の
he
か。
wouldn't know the mechanics, so...
だからそう言ってるだろ。
だったらなんでお前らは残ってる。
無理なんだよ。
どうして。
ナンバリングドアの先に進めるのは。
学ランが言いかけたその時
Yeah, no time for explanations, dog.
Incineration will start in 5 minutes.
Well, you really gotta hurry now.
例のアナウンスがドームを包み込むように響いた。
とにかく詳しいことは後で説明する。引き上げてくれ。
ああ、俺はそう答えてシーツで作ったロープを強く握り直した。まずはポニーテールの少女を引き上げる。次に赤いネクタイをした少女の体を手繰り寄せた。3番目はジャケットを羽織った背の高い少年。こいつは自力で登ると言ったんで、俺はロープをしっかりと支えた。そして最後に学ランの少年。そいつも同じく自分の力でスルスルとロープを登ってきた。その細い体つきからは想像もつかないほどの腕力で、そいつはみるみるうちに距離を詰めてきた。
Cool stuff.
あとわずかで俺のところまで届くかというその時、扉を叩く音が響いた。吸い寄せられるように俺はそっちを向いた。扉には四角くて分厚い窓ガラスがついていた。その向こう側にへばりつくようにして何者かが室内の様子を覗き込んでいる。
Oh.
なんでだ、なんで誰もいない。ガキどもは一体どこに消えちまったんだ。
Is that 9? Kind of sounds like the yelling 9 did, but from the image it looks more like Ace, maybe? I'm not sure.
扉が開いたと同時に狂気じみた形相を浮かべて一人の男が飛び込んできた。俺はその顔を知っていた。捜査資料の中で見たんだ。その男の名は本郷源太郎。
It was him.
クレイドル製薬の CEO だ。本郷は学ランの姿を見つけるなり、
Really losing it.
獣じみた雄たけびを上げ、ロープの元へと突進してきた。急げ！
分かってる。
学ランは止めていた腕を再び動かしてぐんぐんとこちらに向かって登ってきた。
このクソガキが待ってくれ。
What, would you have liked them to burn in the fire? Is that what you're into?
残り3メートル、2メートル、1メートルに達したところで俺はがっしりと学ランの腕を掴んだ。そのまま吊り上げるようにしてダクトの中へと引きずり込む。
Yeah, you too.
もはや本郷の叫び声は言葉になってもいなかった。顔も人間のものとは思えない。悪魔か怪物か、あるいは牙を向いて威嚇する獰猛な爬虫類のように見えた。俺は本郷が登ってこられないようにロープを素早く手繰り寄せてダクトの奥へと放り込んだ。
許さんぞ。私の崇高な実験を邪魔しやって。
I don't know if your experiment would have ended better if the children had died in the fire, you know?
実験ってなんだ。
Incineration will start in 1 minute.
Well, just keep standing there, Ace. I know you didn't, but maybe if we can change history.
おい、おっさん何やってんだよ。早くしろ。
背中を叩く学ランの声。俺は本郷に向かって敬礼し、鉄の扉をガシャリと閉めた。どこに戻っても意味がねえ。それとは逆方向に進路を取った。
Okay.
するとほんの10メートルほど進んだところでダクトの左手に脇道が現れた。その脇道は傾斜の急な下り坂になっていた。俺は4人の子供たちと共にその傾斜を滑り降りていった。
I feel like maybe Seven should have been the first to go and check things out.
降り立った場所は太くて短い通路だった。通路の両端にはそれぞれ1枚ずつ扉がついている。左手にあるのは両開きの普通のドアで、右手にあるのはどこか見覚えのある重厚な鉄の扉だった。扉は黄色と黒の縞模様で縁取られていて、その脇には奇妙な形をした何かのデバイスらしきものが設置されていた。
Remember, this is the short version of the story. He was going to tell us something for 3 days. What kind of details would he have dropped in that version?
扉の上にはプレートが取り付けられている。そこにはインシネレーターと記されていた。インシネレーター？
焼却炉のことですよ。
Weirdly familiar voice there. Well, you know.
俺のつぶやきに答えたのは赤いネクタイをした少女だった。ってことはこの先には。
ええ、本郷がいるかもしれませんね。焼却システムは止められたみたいですし。
何をのんきに言ってんだ。やべえじゃねえか。
はい、やばいと思います。
俺は舌打ちをして続けた。逆だ逆。向こうの扉に行くんだ。さあ早く。4人の子供たちが走り出す。最後に俺もその後を追った。扉を開くとそこには螺旋階段が。走れ。俺の声を合図に子供たちは一斉に階段に向かって飛び込んでいった。登れ登れ登れ。足を振り上げ腕をかき一心不乱に駆け上る。ぐるぐるぐるぐる登っていく。ただ上を目指してがむしゃらに。そうして登り続け、いくつかの踊り場を通り過ぎたところで不意に学ランが言った。
おかしい。いつまでたっても茜に追いつかない。
茜？
妹のことだよ。赤いネクタイをしたあいつのことだ。
But that's a little weird, right? I thought the sibling pairs were all supposed to be split up between places. You know, even though I was the one who proposed that they were siblings, them being in the same place made me think, maybe not. But now he's spelling it out himself, so... Huh.
茜変だな。そんな名前の少女は行方不明になった16人の中にはいなかったはずだな。
おい茜。
学ランは上に向かって呼びかけた。
Nobody answered him.
もしかしたら追い抜いちまったのかも。
そう言って学ランは急制度をかけた。
I think it was a bad idea to not let her, be in front of the big guy. He probably should have been the one in the rear.
慌てて俺も立ち止まる。ジャケットの少年とポニーテールの少女も足を止めた。追い抜いたっていつだ。
ほら、別のデッキに繋がったところが途中にいくつかあっただろう。あの踊り場のところで休んでたのかもしれない。
そんなバカな
こと。おっさん、悪いけど先に行っててくれ。俺は下を見てくるから。
くるりときびすを返す学ラン。おい、ちょっと待てよ坊主、待てって。引き止める声も聞かずに学ランは階段を駆け下りていった。軽く悪態をついてから俺はジャケットの少年とポニーテールの少女に向かっていった。俺はあいつの後を追う。お前らは先に行け。分かったな。少女がうなずいて階段を駆け上がっていく。ところが少年の方は
僕も一緒に行くよ。
時間がない。俺はうなずいて階段を駆け下りていった。ジャケットの少年もその後に続く。
I wonder what role the ponytail girl is gonna play. Whether or not we know her, maybe that was Lotus, or maybe she will come up later, or maybe she'll be in the second game or something, I don't know.
結局最下層のフロアに達するまで茜とかいう少女の姿は見当たらなかった。
なんでだよ、どこ行っちまったんだあいつは。
学ランは苛立ちを隠しきれない様子でずっと次の瞬間、少女の声が聞こえてきた。
茜！
学ランは力任せに扉を開け放つと焼却炉に面した通路の中へと飛び込んでいった。俺はジャケットの少年と共にその後を追う。そこに踏み込んだ途端、俺は信じがたい光景を目にすることになった。本郷が茜と呼ばれた少女の手を引いて無理やり焼却炉の中に連れ込もうとしていたんだ。
Look, she had the number 5, just like we do now.
さあこっちに来るんだ。
茜は両足を踏ん張ってグイグイと腕を引き、懸命に本郷の手から逃れようとしていた。学ランが叫び、本郷に向かってたけたけしく突進していった。
キャニー。
へっ、遅いんだよ間抜けが。
本郷は茜の腕を手繰り寄せると、そのまま投げ捨てるように焼却炉の中へと放り込んだ。
Dang. What a piece of shit.
そして自分もドームの中へ。諸君。
Dang.
扉がずっしりと閉まった。俺たちは扉の前へと駆け寄った。そこに食らいつき、どうにかして扉をこじ開けようとした。だが
くそ、ダメだ、1ミリも動かね
え。学ランが扉を叩く。拳が砕けてしまうんじゃねえかってくらいに強く強く。
Yeah, understandable.
あかね、大丈夫か、あかね。
扉の向こうから悲鳴のような声が響いた。
本郷はなんだって。
And I guess you didn't get a chance, huh?
Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Emergency incineration command has been confirmed. Automatic incineration will take action in 18 minutes.
Oh boy.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat.
Because, well, I guess, so when, in the first playthrough, when Junpei found Akane lying on the ground near the end, and nobody else was around, he didn't call her June, he called her Akane-chan, or I think just Akane. And because I guess that's kind of a closeness thing, right, just calling her by her name, they chose to translate that as him giving her a nickname as Kani. And I guess here, because she's small or something, they're doing the same thing. I don't know.
Emergency incineration command has been confirmed.
おい、マジかよ。さっきと同じアナウンスじゃねえか。
Can we circle back around and pick her back up, or...? Nah. I mean, yeah. It's just kind of a weird translation choice. I agree.
待ってろ、すぐに助けてやるからな。
学ランは血の気の失せた顔を見せながらも、努めて冷静に振る舞うように答えた。
Incineration will start in 17 minutes.
That is fucked up.
大丈夫だ、必ず何とかしてやるから。必ず。
扉の向こうからすすり泣く声が聞こえてきた。
Yeah.
学ランは拳を握りしめて懸命に涙をこらえているみてえだった。
And then...
なあ、それからどうなったんだ。
簡単に聞いてくれるなよ。話すこっちの身にもなってくれ。
それじゃあ。
ああ、こんな記憶なら思い出さない方がマシだったぜ。
なあ、それって確かなのか。
ああ、
俺だって本当は聞きたくないんだ、こんなこと。だけどどうしてもわからないことがあって。だから頼む、教えてくれ。 本当にその茜って子は。
ああ、間違いねえ。結局どうすることもできずにタイムリミットが訪れてな、扉の向こうから何かが燃え盛るような轟音が、そして音が止んでからも俺たち3人はその場を動くことができずにいた。俺とジャケットの少年はぼんやりとその場に立ち尽くし、学ランは糸の切れた操り人形みたいに
I wonder why Snake hasn't spoken up. Because he was there and he could probably be like, yo, I remember this. But maybe he will do this after 7 is done.
それからしばらくして不意に何の前触れもなく扉が開いた。学ランは弾かれたように扉の中へ。俺とジャケットの少年もその後を追った。焼却炉の中は灼熱の空気に覆われていた。息を吸い込むたびに肺胞の一つ一つがじりじりと焼け焦げていくみてえだった。辺り一面からゆらゆらと陽炎が立ち上っている。その揺らめきのただ中にそれは横たわっていた。学ランがそこに向かって近づいていく。ふらふらと魂が抜けたような足取りで、やがてあいつはその前につくと力をなくしたように膝をつき、そして
That's fucked up.
なあ、一つだけ聞かせてくれないか。
なんだ。
その茜ってこの名字は。
I don't know why he would know necessarily.
そんなこと聞いてどうする。
いいから教えてくれ。頼む。
倉敷だよ。
Oops. Akane Kurashiki. That is the name of the one we know, I guess.
ニルス、お前はあの時あの場所にいたな。
I wonder if that white flash there was like a moment where we could have gotten info again or something, but we didn't because we don't have it. Maybe from that other route on the very right or something. But maybe not.
ジャケットを着た背の高い少
I
年。
guess I could check the
あい
flow.
つがお前だ。
You know, there's no split paths here, so I guess not. God, we've only made it 2 things further than this. Within the almost 3 hours. Holy shit. What the fuck?
ああ、その通りだよ、刑事さん。だけど、誤解しないでほしい。僕がそのことを黙ってたのは、さっきも言った通り、ゼロに脅迫されてたからなんだ。9年前のことを口にするわけにはいかなかったんだよ。
つまりゼロに加担してたわけじゃねえってことだな。
もちろんだ。
四つ葉の方はどうなんだ。
Oh, of course I work for him. He's so cool.
私がゼロの仲間だっていうの？さっきも言ったけど、私はネバダの模擬実験棟9棟の方にいたんだよ。お兄ちゃんから一人の刑事が助けに来てくれたって話は聞いてたけど、まさかそれがセブンだったなんて。
なるほどな。ま、信じてやることにするか。それじゃあもう一つ聞かせてくれ。サンタの本名は倉敷葵。あいつは焼却炉で亡くなった少女茜の兄貴だ。そのことについては。
そんな、そうなの？お兄ちゃん。
ああ、どうやらそういうことになるみたいだね。と言っても、もちろん最初から分かってたわけじゃないけれど、9年前の葵は変声期の真っ最中。今とは全然違う声をしてたんだ。 いくら僕が聴覚に優れているとはいえ、さすがに正門までは把握できない。だからまさかサンタが葵だなんて思いもよらなかったんだ。
気づいたのはいつだ？
四つ葉からサンタは9年前の仲間かもしれないって話を聞いてね。隣の部屋、書庫へと移動する途中のことだ。それを聞いてなんとなくそうじゃないかと。
サンタ葵？倉敷茜の紫の兄だって？
Yeah, dog.
わからないことは山ほどある。それこそ窒息してしまいそうなぐらいに山ほど。だから一つだけ分かったことがある。
なんだ？
シャワー室の死体、ニルスに偽装されて殺されたあの男はおそらく虹崎だったんだろう。
Maybe.
なんだって？
おいおい、気づいてなかったのかよ。
気づくも何も俺が記憶を取り戻したのはついさっきのことなんだ
Yeah, I
ぜ。
guess that's kind of rude.
だがとにかくそう考えれば3つの殺人事件について説明がつくだろう。そう、殺人事件。最初に爆死した久保田の件も含めてそう呼ぼう。
Well, it was kind of, but it was set up by Ace though. Even though I guess in this timeline we don't know that yet.
これらの殺人はなぜ行われたのか。
順平君の言った通り、シャワー室の死体が虹崎だったとするなら、殺されたのは全員ノナリープロジェクトの幹部たちってことになるね。実験を指揮していた研究者久保田、本郷を補佐していた参謀虹崎、プロジェクトに出資していた投資家の男武蔵堂。
それじゃあ全ては復讐のために行われたってこと？
Maybe.
サンタはゼロで亡くなった茜のお兄さんで、だからその恨みのために3人を殺したと。
But would he need to set up all of this and get us involved for just that? I don't think that's the whole story.
いや、直接手を下したのはサンタじゃないだろう。とにかくもしもそうだとすると、次に狙われる人物はおのずと決まってくる。言わなくてもわかるよな。
あ、
そうだな。
次に狙われるのは本郷。
We just said that we didn't need to say it.
ノナリープロジェクトを立案した首謀者。
つまり一宮ってことだな。
なんだ？
おいおい、何なんだよこの夜は。
Time's just about up.
多分午前6時、タイムリミットに達したんだろう。
くそ！
Sure wasn't the greatest idea to just stand here and talk.
急げ！早くここを出るんだ！
出るって
きっとこいつで出口が開くはずだ。さあ行こう。
New material has been added to the file screen. What? Keycard 0. Or it's an O, which means 6 apparently. Keycard with a 0 in the middle of it. 0. 0. God damn it, Zero's just screwing with us, isn't he? Kinda wanna see that new info we got. Oh, I guess it's that picture. Wonderful. Yeah. We were just kind of reminiscing for fun. Alright, let's just swipe this card. Junpei, look! It's unlocked! Yeah. Now we can go back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei. We don't have time. Let's go. Okay. Alright, let's go. You found it!
いつの間にか振動が止んでるな。
みたいだね。だからといってうかうかしてはいられないけど。
そうだな。急ごう。
出口も天王星のカードリーダーだな。
No, the key, right?
おい、順平。
Oh, this one, you mean, okay.
ああ、分かってる。
No problem.
よし、開いた。行くぞ。海洋星の鍵、これで。さあ、手応えあったぞ。
Wahoo.
インシネレーター。ここが例の焼却炉か。
俺はこっち側に来たのは初めてだが、どうやらそうらしいな。
それじゃあ扉の近くにレバーがついてると思うんだけど。
ああ、あれだな。
それを操作すれば扉は開くはずだ。
わかった。
This surely isn't gonna go poorly this time.
行くぞ。
Oh,
一体何か。どうしたんだ。大丈夫か。
俊平君、来てくれたんですね。
ああ、当たり前だろう。お前を見捨てるわけないじゃないか。
I guess the theory that I think I forgot to mention about the ponytail girl is that, you know, this quote-unquote Akane could be her, right? Though we would need to know, like, her motivations or whatever for all this. Maybe she's... I mean, you know, that, I guess, circles back into quote-unquote June being zero, which is also still possible. Though I guess I don't know what her relation to Junpei would be. We'll see, we'll see.
一体何があったんだよ。
私なら大丈夫です。突然具合が悪い。倒れちゃって。でもさっきよりはだいぶ落ち着きましたから。
本当か。
もう少し休んだらきっと良くなると思います。それよりも。
Uh-huh.
サンタ。
おい、銃はどこだ。どこに隠した。
俺は持ってねえよ。
Of course.
いきなり腹を殴られて奪われたんだ。
奪われた。誰に。
決まってんだろ。
私だよ。
Mm-hmm. And we are back to this scene. Home sweet home.
一体何の真似だ、一宮。いや、クレイドル製薬 CEO 本郷源太郎と呼ぶべきか。
気に入らんな。君は私のことを知っているようだが、私は君のことを知らない。
Yeah, you wouldn't.
そういう状況に私がどれだけ苦しめられてきたか、君にわかるかね。
総合失認症の苦しみか。
Mm-hmm. But you didn't learn about this on this playthrough, right? So I guess this is another case of more for whatever.
ああ、もう一人現れたか。私を苛立たせる男が。なぜ知っている。私が総合失認症だと。
さあ
な。ない、答えたくないならそれでも構わない。時間の無駄だ。私は行かせてもらうことにするよ。まずは1。ほら手を出せ。8。あとはこれで9。
鳥の巣頭の男。久保田がはめていたバングルか。
このゲーム私の勝ちだな。
No, you don't.
君たちと遊べて楽しかったよ。ゼロに感謝しなければなるまい。
この言い方。一宮はゼロの正体についてまだ気づいてないのか。
Of course not.
一体何を企んでるサンタ。
とにかくこれで何もかも終わりだ。私はこのゲームをクリアし、君たちはバッドエンドを迎える。
I hope not.
ま、せいぜい残された時間を楽しんでくれたまえ。それ。
Oops, sorry.
待て。
なぜだ
Ah.
なぜ開かない、もう一度だ、これでどうだ。
No, somebody tackle him while he's distracted.
そんなバカな。どうして私とヤシロと久保田のバングル、数字痕は間違いなく9になるはずだ。
Well, maybe Santa messed with the bracelets or something.
なのになぜなんだ。今だ。
Seven. To me, that's a Hajime no Ippo reference, but I think that is a reference to something else, but maybe not. Maybe it's just a Hajime no Ippo thing. Anyway.
助かったわ、セブン。ありがとう。
なに、礼には及ばんよ。
Yes, it did. It also created the number 1.
こいつには殴っても殴っても殴り足りないぐらいの恨みがあるんだな。9年前のことを思えば、ズタズタに引き裂いてやりてえぐらいだ。
You really ought to.
とはいえ、容疑者の口が聞けなくなっちまっちゃ意味がねえ。この続きは留置所にぶち込んでからたっぷりさせてもらうことにするぜ。
9年前？するとお前はあの時の
やっと思い出したか、ウスのろめ。
一宮、久保田、虹崎、武蔵堂の3人を殺したのはお前だな。
I guess he did kill Nijisaki and I guess also Kubota. But he didn't kill Nijisaki knowingly. And I don't think he knows about Musashido.
待て、虹崎だって？
Yeah.
ああ、そうか。お前はまだ知らないのか。まあいい。時系列にのっとって順番に説明していくことにしよう。まずは久保田についてだ。お前は久保田を言葉巧みに誘導し、5の扉の先に一人で入るよう仕向けた。そして難なく自分の手を汚さずに殺害に成功した。動機は4つだ。1、このノナリーゲームにおいて9番の存在は他の者たちにとって脅威以外の何者でもない。9番はいかなる組み合わせのチームとも組むことができるからな。どんな数字に9を足しても最初の数字根は変わらない。つまり9番はオールマイティーな存在だってことだ。そこでお前はいずれ脅威となるであろう9番の存在を序盤の段階で排除しておくことにしたんだ。2、同時にお前はそのオールマイティーな存在である9番のバングルを手に入れることによって
In Japanese they keep calling the number 9 Almighty. Of course they didn't translate it like that, but it's just kind of funny.
このゲームを有利に展開しようと企んだ。そうして手に入れた9番のバングルは虹崎殺害時に実際に利用されることになったってわけだ。3、さらに番号云々を抜きにしてもお前にとって久保田の存在は邪魔だった。久保田はお前の過去を9年前に犯した過ちを知っていたからだ。そのことを他の者たちに告げられる前に早めに抹殺しておく必要があった。4、最後の動機はテストのため。このノナリーゲームが本気なのか単なる悪ふざけなのか、お前はそれを確かめたいと思った。
I guess that makes sense, yeah?
そこで久保田がルール違反を犯すように仕向け、その結果を見ることにした。以上が久保田殺害の動機になる。次は虹崎についてだ。みんなで手分けして抜き取られたレッドの基盤を捜索していた時、お前は大病室で虹崎に会った。しかし総合失認症を患っているお前はそいつが虹崎だとは気づかなかった。 彼はその時ニルスの服を着ていた。だからお前は虹崎のことをニルスだと勘違いしてしまったんだ。
そんな、あいつが虹崎だって。
ピンポン。
なぜだ、どうして。
訳は後で説明してやるよ。とにかくお前は彼のことをニルスだと思い込んでいた。ニルスは9年前の実験の被験者だ。目が見えないという特徴からお前はそのことに感づいた。お前は思った。ニルスは9年前の被験者だ。おそらく私のことを恨んでいるに違いない。なのになぜあいつは何も言ってこない。目が見えないから私のことに気づいていないのだろうか。あるいはニルスはゼロの仲間か何かで私のことをたばかろうとしているのだろうか。いずれにせよ私の過去を知っている人間がいるのは脅威だ。向こうが何か仕掛けてくる前に処分しておいた方が無難だろう。お前は早速それを実行に移すことにした。その時に使われたのがさっきお前が持っていた久保田のバングルだ。お前はそれをレッドにかざし、続けて自分自身の認証を済ませてから最後に虹崎の腕を掴んで、そして開け放たれた3の扉の奥へと虹崎を蹴り込んだんだ。その9秒後扉は自動的に閉鎖。さらに81秒が経って虹崎は哀れ。
ということはニルスはまだ生きているということか。
He's right here.
ああ、悪いがまだピンピンしてるよ。人違いで助かったとはいえ僕を殺そうとしていたなんて気分が悪いね。いや、そんなことがなかったとしてもあんたには煮えたぎるほどの恨みつらみが溜まってるんだが。
For good reason.
そりゃそうだろうな。
最後だ。武蔵道殺害の件について話そう。お前は俺と四葉が海図室を調べている時に俺のところへとやってきたな。あの時お前はこう言った。
懐中時計か、ちょっと見せてもらえるかね。
俺はお前に懐中時計を手渡した。一宮、お前はノナリープロジェクトの首謀者だ。部屋に散りばめられた仕掛けは熟知してるだろう。
Okay, so I guess the puzzles were all exactly the same too. I thought they would have been different. But okay.
当然どうすれば操舵室を出られるのかも分かってたはずだ。お前は懐中時計の時刻を合わせて扉のくぼみに埋め込んだ。そして扉を開き船長室へ。そこには武蔵道がいた。その傍らには殺してくれと言わんばかりに一丁の斧が。お前はそれを掴み取ると武蔵道の胸めがけてまっすぐ振り下ろした。
I guess Zero manipulated Ace to kill all those people because they knew how fucking awful Ace is.
そうして武蔵道は間もなく息を引き取ることになった。
And I'm guessing Musashido was also drugged or asleep or something.
その後お前は何食わぬ顔をして再び海図室に戻ってきた。
いや、ちょっと順平君に話があってね。来てもらえるかい。
俺はお前に誘い出される形で操舵室に向かった。
Well, I would have said no in order to talk to Clover more, but you know.
部屋に入るとお前はいきなり俺のベストのポケットに手を突っ込んできたよな。取り出して見せたものは一枚の紙切れだが、お前の本当の狙いはそんなものじゃなかった。
Oh.
お前は紙切れを取り出すふりをしてこっそりと俺のポケットに懐中時計を忍ばせたんだ。トリックだなんて言えないほどの稚拙で穴だらけのアリバイ工作。よほど切羽詰まってたんだろうが、そこまでしてお前を凶器に駆り立てたものは一体何なんだ。なあ一宮、この武蔵道殺害の件だけ動機がわからない。なぜ殺したんだ。
これだよ。
なんだよその紙切れは。
読めばわかるさ。
これはバングルナンバー1番のお前が助かる道は2つある。1つはこれから行われるゲームノナリーゲームの勝者となること。もう1つは9年前にお前が犯した過ちについて告白することだ。
Likely outcome.
船長室に1台のカメラを設置しておいた。そのカメラで撮られた映像は衛星回線を通じて全世界にストリーミング配信されるようになっている。そこに向かって懺悔の言葉を吐くといい。包み隠さず全ての真実を告げたならお前をこの船から出してやろう。
Don't think that happened.
告白に信憑性を与えるため船長室には一人の証人も放り込んでおいた。彼にも合わせて証言をしてもらうといいだろう。どちらの道を選ぶのもお前の自由だ。ゼロ。
D デッキの船室で目覚めた時に気づいたのだ。その紙切れがコートのポケットに入っていることに。だから私は投票の時に1の扉を選んだんだよ。その先に船長室があることは分かっていたからね。君が言った通り操舵室の扉の開き方も知っていた。うまくいけば誰よりも先に懐中時計を見つけることができるだろう。そうすればどうにかアリバイ工作も可能だ。そう。
Oops. At least that was the plan.
ところが君に先を越されてしまった。
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
あのすり替えは苦肉の策だったんだよ。
その言い方からすると最初から殺すつもりだったんだな。武蔵道。
Confession was never even an option for you.
あれが武蔵道だと分かったのは船長室に入ってからだ。尋ねたらそう答えた。どうやら麻酔薬を打たれていたらしく、意識は朦朧としていたがね。虹先の時もそうだった。奴も魂が抜けたようにぼんやりとしていて。まあだがとにかく最初から殺すつもりだったというのは正解だよ。証人とやらを始末するために私は船長室に赴いたんだ。
一宮、お前はもう気づいてるんだろう。自分はただいいように操られてただけだってこと。
ああ、どうやらそのようだな。私はただの傀儡。苦屈に過ぎなかったらしい。私が現場に足を運んだ時には全てのお膳立てが整っていた。大病室のレッドには基板が差し込まれ、虹先にはニルスの服が着せられていた。
Yep.
船長室には殺せと言わんばかりに斧が放置されていて、そこにいた武蔵道には抵抗できぬよう麻酔薬が打たれていた。虹先にもだ。今思えばどうしてそんな分かりやすい罠にはまってしまったのかと自分では呆れるほどだよ。
That's why.
そう、これは罠だったんだ。私はまんまとゼロの術中にはまり見事に踊らされてしまったんだ。
ああ、ゼロは一宮を操ることによって自分の手を全く汚さずに3つの殺人をやってのけた。全ては9年前の復讐のために。今回のこのノナリーゲームはそのために仕組まれたものだったんだ。
Potentially.
な、そうだろう。
Oops, Santa.
ああ、何のことだ知らねえな。
とぼけても無駄だ、サンタ。いや、倉敷葵。何もかも思い出したんだよ。お前は間違いなく倉敷葵だ。まさか9年も経ってまたこの同じ部屋で話すことになるとはな。と言ってもお前にとっては想定の範囲内か。何しろ今回のモナリーゲームを画策したのはゼロ、お前自身なんだからな。
そうか、 記憶を取り戻しちまったのか。それじゃ隠しても仕方ねえな。そう。確かに俺は倉敷葵だ。9年前の実験の被験者。
Sometimes the way the text and voice lines operate is inconsistent. Like, usually when there's more lines to the text, then it like auto scrolls to the next one, and if I hit a button, it cancels the audio. But sometimes it's kind of almost the opposite way around. It's not a big deal, but it's just kind of weird.
そこにいるニルスと共にノナリーゲームをくぐり抜けてきたメンバーだ。だが一つ、いや二つだけ誤解してるみたいだから言っておこう。俺はゼロじゃない。
Yep.
なんだって。俺がゼロに協力していたことに違いはない。いわばゼロの参謀みたいなもんだ。だが参謀は所詮参謀。今回のノナリーゲームを画策したのは俺じゃないんだ。俺はただゼロの指示に従って動いてただけで。それじゃあ一体本当のゼロは
Who could it be?
まあ待てよ。二つって言っただろ。
It often is, yeah. But not always.
お前らが誤解してることはもう一つあるんだ。順平、さっきお前はこう言ったよな。全ては9年前の復讐のために。今回のノナリーゲームはそのために仕組まれたものだったんだって。違うんだ。復讐が全ての目的だったわけじゃねえんだよ。お前らにノナリーゲームを行わせた理由はもう一つあるんだ。救出。救出？そう。亡くなった妹を、茜を助ける方法が。
何を言ってる。倉敷茜は9年前、確かにこの部屋で。どういうことだ。倉敷茜は、茜は。
Oh. He was the other person that had like a spell of weakness at one point, right? So I guess maybe that was foreshadowing for whatever's happening now.
セブン？一体どうしたっていうの？
わからねえが、とにかく頭が割れそうなものいたのさ。
ノナリープロジェクトとは何だったのか知ってるとは思うが、もう一度だけ言っておこう。
Okay.
それはある現象を証明するための実験計画だった。その現象とは何か。Q と A が物理的な接点を持たずにコンタクトを取ること。形態形成場仮説。人間には認知し得ないフィールドを介し、Q と A が情報の交換を行うことは可能かどうか。それを確かめるための実験計画だったんだ。具体的にはギガントとネバダの模擬実験棟9棟の2カ所でそれは行われた。9棟はギガントの構造を完璧に模した施設で、そこに閉じ込められた9人は建物の中に散りばめられた数々の謎を解き、その解放を形成場に書き込むことによってギガントにいる9人の兄弟に伝えるよう求められた。
Well, I mean, the place did stop shaking, so maybe that was just a warning and they still have like half an hour or something. Maybe. Also, it's a really big ship, so maybe it all makes physical sense. Maybe.
送信者は9頭に、受信者はギガントに。本来であればペアとなる兄弟はそれぞれ別々の場所に分かれて監禁されるはずだった。
Yeah, I was alluding to this.
ところが手違いがあった。茜は送信者。
Oops, she should have been in building Q, however.
なぜか受信者である俺と同じギガントの方に移送されてきたんだ。おそらくグループ A に入る予定だった誰かと間違われたんだろう。とにかく その誰かと入れ替わりになって、茜はギガントの方に。さあ、ここまで言えばもうわかるだろう。順平、お前はもううすうす感づいてるはずだ。
何を？
とぼけんなよ。お前は決して知り得ないことを知っている。どうして一宮が総合失認症だと分かった？なぜ一宮が久保田を殺害した動機や虹崎の殺害方法について知っていた？一宮が本郷だと分かった時、お前は驚いたか？
Totally, man. It was news to me. I had never heard such a thing before.
それから、ニルスを閉じ込めておいたあの棺。お前は一体どうやってあの棺を開けた？
I have a very logical explanation for that one. It's Clover showed me the paper in her pocket, and that's it. Yep.
それは。
He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits in two, like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction, it can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork don't know anything about one another. Now, who am I? Am I the 9th letter of the alphabet? But I'm also 0. I am, not am I. I am I, whatever. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? June. No, Akane. Where did you go?
Santa!
Why is Clover... Oh shit.
動くな。
What? Oh. I mean, that's not as bad, I guess. Cool expression, though. Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's just turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head. Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but...
どうするつもりだ?
He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
俺はサンタクロース。
Mm-hmm.
あいつの願いを叶えてやるのさ。
That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And we don't even get a visual on, or an explanation on how that happened. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if the store still opens.
ダメだ。やっぱり開かない。
閉じ込められたってこと？
みたいだね。
サンタの野郎、一体何を企んでやがるんだ。
まさか。
まさか、なんだよ。
この状況から考えて、これからサンタが行うことは一つしかないだろう。
ちょっとやめてよ。冗談でしょ？
Oh, but he is. Shit, we've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through the door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 26. 2, 6, 8. Is there any combination that'll work? Well, maybe if we mess around with the optional wrists we have and get rid of Snake's wrist thing with the trick that he had.
順平、手帳とペン貸してもらえる？
Here we go again, some good old Clover math. Sure, why not? I don't think I'm ever going to need them ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations, a lot of them. Huh? Aw, man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez. Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 is 18. Well, that leaves Lotus out. That wouldn't be nice. And June as well, I guess.
これ以外の組み合わせはねえっていうのか。
Lotus. I guess June isn't here right now anyway, huh? Looks like she'd figured it out though. Man, that's just too cruel.
いいわよ。行きなさい。
Aww.
そんなことできるわけねえだろ。
And we don't have to. I think.
あら、意外ね。厄介払いができてせいせいするんじゃないの？
バカ野郎！
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
お前がいないと。お前がいないとな。困るんだよ。
For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence.
困る？
あ、そうだ。おめえみてえな悪いやつがいねえと、俺の商売は成り立たねえからな。とにかく、お前を置き去りにするわけにはいかねえんだよ。
Agreed.
セブン。
もちろん。俺も反対だ。
私も。
僕もだ。
バカな連中ね。
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We cannot see you're about to cry.
ただ、
ただ、
どっちにしろ扉は開かないんじゃないかな。4人で認証したとしても。
Well, something was weird with the numbers, I guess.
どうして？
一宮のことを思い出してくれ。僕は目が見えないけれど、あの時一宮がレッドにしがみついて何をしていたのかぐらいはわかる。
あ、そういえば。
そんなバカな。どうして私とヤシロと久保田のバングル、数字痕は間違いなく9になるはずだ。なのになぜなんだ。
Maybe that's the upside down six. Even though I think in the previous timeline that was just a 9 and it was just opened like this, right?
一応試すだけでもしておいた方がいいんじゃないかな。
Yeah.
試す。
そう。試すんだ。
So either there's something wrong with... No, wait. I guess we're not even using Lotus here, so it's not her. And it isn't Ace's stuff either. Yeah. So it's gotta be something about the door or something.
本当だ。
開かねえな。
9年前には確かに開いたはずなんだけどね。数字痕が9になれば。
何か設定が変えられてるってことか。
かもしれないね。
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get to that hole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. Or we could, you know, see if we can get other combinations to get it to open. Like see if it's a 6 or any other number, a 0 maybe. Even though I guess we can't get to a digital root of 0. I guess this is it. This is the end. No, it's not. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. Oh hey, it says Akane vision here. I guess I didn't notice that before. Top right corner. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness, was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him and we became one inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind 9 years in the future. Oh. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. That seems like it's gonna be confusing. And a clusterfuck. Eventually it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me. That was my brother Aoi. He was yelling. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age. He ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake.
Minna, ちょっと来てくれ。
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we gathered around him.
僕には妹がいる。とても大切な妹だ。その妹の名は四つ葉。今日は彼女の9回目の誕生日なんだ。
Her 9th birthday. Well, that's unfortunate. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers.
このクローバーは誕生日プレゼントとして妹に贈ろうと思っていたものだ。ここに拉致されてくる前、近所の原っぱに行って積んできたんだ。その思いが少しでも伝わってくれればと思って頑張って集めたんだ。9つになる四つ葉のために9本の四つ葉のクローバーをね。
Good job, I guess. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate.
みんなにも離れ離れになった兄弟がいるだろう。どうかその兄弟のことを思い出してほしい。彼らの
Oops, damn it. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand?
そのためにやらなければならないことは3つある。仲間を信じ、愛し、 希望を抱き続けることだ。みんながこの3つを守って
The
くれ
voice
るな
keeps
ら
going, but the text doesn't. And now if I hit the button, the voice is probably going to stop. See? No, this is kind of... You just have love it, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way.
希望、信頼、愛、幸運。実はこの4つの言葉は四つ葉のクローバーのリーフワードなんだ。
I did not know that.
葉っぱの一枚一枚に意味が込められていてね。さあ、分かったらこれを
I
受
guess
け
she
取
does
って
have
ほしい。
a resemblance to
誓いの証として。
Kay Faraday, the bottom lady there. If you really don't understand, then I want you to each a promise between friends. He gave a clover to each of us. I took one, too. Eventually he was left with only a single four-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say.
どうか忘れないでほしい。それを思っている限り、僕らは永遠に仲間だってこと。いい。
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. We had fallen asleep at that boring explanation. Clovers? Luck? What the fuck was he talking about? I hated him. That's why I killed him. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer, and opened several of the numbered doors until finally we found a door with a number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was the only one. But if there was only one door, that meant only 5 people could escape.
どうすればいいんだ。
他に扉はないのか。
We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already. We've seen most of this stuff unfold.
Emergency incineration, automatic incineration. Please
Yep.
evacuate. Repeat. Emergency.
Don't need to listen to this all over again.
何が起こったんだ。今の放送は何？なんて言ったの？
My brother Aoi swallowed hard and answered.
この部屋が焼かれるらしい。焼かれる。表のプレートに焼却炉って書いてあった。そして今のアナウンスは焼却の開始を告げるもので、だから。
Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7.
安心しろ。敵じゃねえ。刑事だよ。お前らを助けに来たんだ。
The rest happened just like 7 had said it. Had said it did. The 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite of the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. Yeah, I guess I would have liked to know how she got caught. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother, Aoi. So Nona is the unknown one. Interesting that she's called Nona. Snake and 7. The other children, the ones who'd gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. Maybe on purpose. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized. I knew I'd had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back, I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me, I was sure of that. And they should have, and it would have been better. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected all the other areas of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically. It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back towards the stairs and freedom... The door to the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later we would call him Ace.
Yeah, よく戻ってきたね.
Wah wah. His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
さあ、一緒に行こう。実験の続きをするんだ。
What's the point? I shook my eyes wide awake. I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close to my left wrist.
さあ、来るんだ!
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could. I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo. Well, I guess we're gonna see this again. He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed. Wasn't hoping to have to go through this again. Then suddenly... The door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake. He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo. I cried out, but then...
Ah, you're too late, idiot.
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fist clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. Bummer. With a cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering as that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. Oh. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all, and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later... Some kind of secret code or something. The 2 other doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran towards the door with a 9. I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. Or maybe by entering 2 digits, like nobody else can do anything again until another one is entered or something. But then again, just somebody could just do it. I don't know. A worried, frightened voice. My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room. Then it started again.
Emergency alert! Emergency incineration. Automatic incineration will take action in 18 minutes.
Are we gonna Junpei vision now? So, are we back in the future, or are we helping past Akane get out of this somehow?
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit. Man, I knew what it was gonna say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice.
やっぱり
Okay, we're back in the present, future, whatever.
始まったな。
サンタが自動焼却システムを作動させたんだね。
9年も経ってまた同じアナウンスを聞くことになるとはな。
はあなんなのよなんなのよあんたたち。さっきから9年前だの実験だのわけのわからないことばっかり言って。
Is she just not involved at all?
すまんヤシロ。とてもじゃないが、今は説明なんてしてる場合じゃない。
Yeah, we don't.
無事にここから脱出することができたら、その時に教えてやるよ。
でも
Incineration will 7.
聞こえたでしょ
Uh-oh.
それともなんて言ってたのかわからなかった？
バカにしないでよ。今ぐらいの英語ならわかるわ。
だったら
もうわかったわ。
The future is a river, man. It's the end of the river that you can't come back from, man.
それじゃあもう聞かないわよ。さっきの話は後回しにしてあげる。だからその代わり、セブン、なんとかしなさいよ。
はあ？なんで俺なんだよ。
いいから早く焼却システムを止めて。
どうやって？
どっかに緊急停止ボタンみたいなやつがあるはずよ。
ないよ、そんなもの。
なんで知ってんのよ。
9年前に調べたからだよ。
Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. Floor, it's moving. The fuck is that? What else can I say about it but...
なんだよあれ。
Uh-huh. Akane vision?
なんなの？
Oh.
あれ？
What else could I say? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor and a keyboard and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on the screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. And I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Guy. Man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Incineration 50.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
ちょっとどきなさいよ。
Yeah, leave Hacker Woman to do it. Hey, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you get to shove people
主
around.
電源は入ってるみたいね。でも、モニターには何も表示されてないと。弱ったわね。何も映ってないんじゃ、手の打ちようが。
Sure, I'll just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Oh. Huh. Well, at least that's on now. What's on the screen, though?
なんだ
パズルみたいね。
Sure does. It's got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid, and the 1 seems to be screwed in. The numbers range from 1 to 8.
もしかしてこのパズルを解けば
焼却システムが止まる。そういうことかもしれないわね。
I mean, yeah, we can hope. Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again.
Is narration will starting?
Shit, 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I was hoping that the displayed stuff would be different, but the only thing I know for sure is the screwed in one, and that seems to be the same. So I don't know if they are different. But I guess we'll find out. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice. It was muffled, but I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face, a frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me? He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled. Mm-hmm.
そのマシンに表示されているパズルを解けばいいんだ。
His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
おいおい、こんな誠実な紳士を捕まえておいて変態はないだろ、変態は。
Okay.
さあ、私は常に誠実でフェアな男だ。
Sure you
フェアな派では一切しない。今回だってちゃんと助かる道を残してあるわけだし。
助かる道？
言っただろ、パズルを解きさえすればいいんだよ。そうすれば焼却システムを止めることができる。
Could we maybe just not have a time limit there?
止められたってどうせ同じでしょ。あなたに捕まってもう一度同じようなことさせられるんだ。
Oops. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
やれやれ。君はまるで私の話を聞いていないようだね。私はフェアな男だと言ったじゃないか。パズルを解いたらレッドの認証機能も復活するようになってるんだよ。今のような理由で実験を投げ出されては困るからね。それで先手を打っておいたんだ。
レッドの認証機能って。
Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red.
気づいたかね。今レッドには2つの数字が入力されている。1つは1、もう1つは3だ。
I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. 1 plus 3 plus 5 is 9. I ran to the door with a 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel.
たく君は本当に人の話を聞かないやつだな。
I hear Hongo's muffled voice from across the room.
パズルを解いたらレッドの認証機能も復活する。そう言っただろ。当然じゃないか。君はバカなのか。そのぐらい確かめなくても理解したまえ。
Making this guy pretty easy to identify as a villain.
どうしてなんでこんなひどいこと。
はあ、君にはわかるまい。猿に囲まれて日々を生きていくことの辛さなど。
Aha.
さあ実験を始めよう。パズルを解くんだ。
無理です。私には解けません。
そんなことは承知の上だ。 だったらどうすればいいか考えろ。わかるだろう。携帯形成板にアクセスして解放を受信するんだ。
できません。
Yeah, totally, yeah. That's definitely what this guy's doing. I'm sorry. How could I?
できなければお前は死ぬだけだ。生きながらにして身を焼かれてな。
Imagine it would be very painful. His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it.
Incineration will stand.
Well, that's not a lot of time. Better get to it. I was crying, great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor. You can do it, Akane. What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, knees weak, arms are heavy. So vomit on the sweater already, mom's spaghetti. My blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing that I'd come back to get. The doll jump he had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed. We'll try. Wow.
Akane!
Akane?
何なのよ、茜って。
うるさい！お前らは黙っててくれ！
Jeez, no need to be so rude. Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake had an idea, though. Clover's looking at me. And I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over there. Over here.
Akane! Akane! 聞こえるか、Akane! 聞こえたら返事をしてくれ!
Fuck. Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit.
Akane! 答えてくれ! Akane!
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course. But I'd heard it so clearly. Like he was right there. I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
That sure must look weird to everyone else. That's her. She's there. She's there. Then that means...
Akane! お前、もしかして今、焼却炉にいるんじゃないか？
はい、そうです。でも、どうしてわかったんですか？
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Santa meant.
たった一つだけあるんだ。亡くなった妹、茜を助ける方法が。
I think I get it now.
Incineration will start. 7 minutes.
We sure are losing a lot of time. I hope they don't suddenly actually put a time limit on my puzzle solving thing. If I actually even have to solve anything. As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
わかった。
And I do. I get everything now. At last I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it. But there's only one possible answer. June is. Zero is. Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her, no matter what.
Incineration will start in...
So I guess Akane's body missing here is like a... You know... If we save her, she's here. If we don't, then she isn't. Type thing. That's kinda... Doesn't really fit in with the rest of the... things here, I feel like. But hey, whatever.
6 minutes.
The voice reminded me of how much time I had left.
ああ、分かってるよ。待ってろ。必ず助けてやるからな。絶対にお前を死なせたりはしない。絶対にだ。だから安心して待ってるんだ。いいな。
Meanwhile, Venus had already solved the puzzle. GG. My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Maybe he's explaining what is probably happening. Let me save here just in case there is a time limit and I don't get to save during it or something. Don't know when this is gonna start. That's a bummer. I guess it's kind of similar to how The World Ends With You just isn't as awesome in the re-release because it's not as special and stuff. But whatever. It doesn't matter, just like Junpei said. Get out of my way.
ちょっと何よ。
いいから黙ってろ。
Jeez. Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. I think the panels are out of order. Okay. As in, like, you know, they're not in the right order. Are they the same panels that are on the... No, they're not. So I just need to switch these out. Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. Instead of flipping between X, the past one screen and the present and the other one. Oh, I see. I just have to try it.
これまでやってきたことを俺自身の力で自分だけの力でこいつを解いてみせる
Wow. Seek a way out. Okay, I'm not seeing a time limit. Okay, we can't do anything with this. We do have a 1 here as well. But there's a W and we don't have one here. And there's an R here, which we also don't have. Switch. No. Oh shit. Phew. Good thing I didn't actually... Wait, or are those maybe the numbers from June's? From Akane's vision? I don't know. I was just hoping that hint would give me like you know, something that's in my notes or something that would help you. What can I even do here? So if I hit like this button, for example, and try it, like, do they switch like that? Okay. Let me switch that back real quick, just because I don't know what I'm doing. And I can't just put one here. Okay. So they have to switch like that. Entirely different, huh? I see. Or maybe I have to use the hint thing, I don't know. But I'm gonna look at this first. So, 5S7. So it's probably not Hexa, because Hexa goes to 9 and then starts with the alphabet. And this only goes to 8, apparently. So then, I guess I'll check I'll bring up my thing again. Actually, I'm going to make a little screenshot here to make it more easily accessible for myself. There. Ah, damn it, now the game's doing the thing again where it doesn't properly minimize or maximize. I'm just gonna have to wait it out, I guess, because it just seems random. So that's nice, isn't it? Nope, still nothing. How fun. Had a sip of water real quick. Can I now? Yes, okay. Jeez. Okay, so S is 19, for example. So we have 24, 31. Maybe they have to like add up or something. But no, we only have 2 here. I guess I could technically still add up to 31. P is 16, so there we have 26. 363 would just be 12. This is 9. Okay, so, okay. This definitely is 1, so we can't get anything super huge here, right? The highest number, quote-unquote, that we would have would be W, which is 23, so the highest we could reach, if we have to make all of these like add up to the same amounts, right, like horizontally and vertically, for example, then 24 would be the highest we can go, but I don't even know if this makes any sense. But this is also the only thing that's locked in, so that's not really a lot to go by. This adds up to 33 right now. The R would be 18, 21, 26. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew whether or not the hint thing is something I'm supposed to use or not. I can't back out of here also. Also, what's with the empty thing there? I guess maybe the hint would show me that. I'm gonna assume now that I'm supposed to use the hint thing, because I feel like I have nothing to go on to really solve this. Right, except for the 1 here. I guess I could maybe try going like in order, like, oh, it's 1A or A1? I can't even, like, I don't even know which would be first between these two. Also, 1 is here, so that doesn't make any sense. I really hope that I'm supposed to use hint here, because I don't want to if I don't have to, but let's see what happens. When I pressed hint, numbers appeared on the empty spots in the grid. They're all single digits. I get the feeling the numbers change when I switch out the yellow squares. But this square at the bottom... Why does it stay blank when I press hint? I think he means this one, right? I guess maybe... no. I was just thinking that maybe the surrounding things would add up to 10, because, 1 plus 9 plus 1 plus 9 plus 9, is 10 each, but then that doesn't really make sense for everything here. But maybe all of these together have to add up to something specific, right? Maybe that's the thing. So, for example, here we would have 10, 17, 24. So if I take this out and switch it with 1, for example. Okay, things change. If I turn this off, pressing the button again makes the numbers disappear. Looks like I can turn them on and off. Then is there some special meaning to there being 2 modes? What could it mean? Actually, can I switch these? No. When I flip them, the hint off, all the empty spots look like the one in the bottom right. Yeah, obviously. Does that mean they're supposed to match? Maybe I need to make all the numbers in the squares the same. I wish it didn't... I'm just hitting the button, goddammit. Numbers in the squares the same? I don't even know what that means, so I guess it doesn't count much as a hint. I guess maybe he means that all of these numbers are supposed to be the same number. Fucking shut up! If I switch out a yellow square, the numbers that show up in the hint change too. Yeah, I got it. Looks like the numbers are affected by the adjacent squares. Yeah, obviously. For example, when I switch out 3 with 5, the hint number increases by 2. Yeah, okay, thanks. I bet the hint just adds the surrounding numbers. Fucking piece of shit, man. Okay. So yeah, I guess 1 plus 8 is 9 and 1 plus 8 is 9, but then how do we get to these numbers here? I guess maybe they are just these two. And don't have anything to do with this. But then it's 3 plus 6 is also 9, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And 6 plus 3 is 9, yeah. Okay. 3 plus W is 9, apparently. W is 23, maybe that turns into the digital root, which would be 5 though, so that would be 3 plus 5, and that doesn't make sense. So I guess W is 6 somehow. How would W be 6? W is the 23rd letter. That's weird. So we have a lot of 9s already. 3 plus 9 is the same. I guess maybe my goal should be to make everything 9 then. Since I guess I can't change this, right? I mean, I could of course change the numbers around this, but I guess if I already have so many 9s here, you know, it makes sense. Like I could switch this P with a 1, maybe. Maybe I'll just start with that. So we got 1 extra 9. No, 2 actually. No, wait. Yeah, no. 2 extra 9s. But 5 plus 3 isn't 9. But I guess this would lend credence to what I just said about this here. How does this turn? I guess maybe it also adds the 1 here? Let's see, 3, okay, R is letter 18, which would amount to 9. And plus 3 would be 12, which, but then the digital root would be, which would be 3, so that's not it. But if we also add the 8, then we're at digital root, rather than we're at 20, and the digital root of that would be 2. I guess. So maybe for the side ones, you also add the, you know, the ones the other side. Let's see how this works out. How did that go for R? R was 18, which is 9, right? That's how we got the 2. R, 8, and 3, that's the same, so that makes sense. S is 19. Plus 7 is 26. Plus 8 is... what, 36? Yeah, plus 34, that amounts to 7 in digital root, yeah. Okay, I guess that's the case here. But the ones in the middle are all just regular addition to the one across. Well, no, I guess since it's always you know, across like a cross formation, there's always these involved here. And I guess since you know, 9 plus 9 is 18, and the digital root of that is 9. That all checks out as well. Okay, so it's always the digital root actually of all the surrounding numbers. So how do we turn these 7s, for example, into 9s? I'm thinking we probably just have to switch this out. Adjacent. Yeah, no, adjacent isn't exactly the word I was looking for, because it's also like, you know, across from one another. But I guess adjacent to the one in the middle, yeah. But anyway, so S is 19. If we just turn that into U, that wouldn't make it 9. Also, we don't have U. There's no U in teamwork, apparently. Okay, so I guess we'll have to actually think about this. So, let me check again. So 19 plus, so here we have 24. Oh, I guess maybe that, no, we want the 8 as well. So, whatever. 24, 25, 7. So, I mean, if we did just have 2 higher than this, that would work, but we don't. I guess we could try going lower to also turn it into a digital root. I don't know why I have so much trouble remembering digital root. Root is in my head, but digital is like, what's the word? What I'm looking for again? Whatever. So we could get a 19, which was a 5 and a 1. Not a 19. We could get an 18, or we could just get a 9. So 5 and 1, we would be missing 3. We could, yeah, we could switch this S for a 3, right? Okay. And then there's only these 2s here left. Let's see. So currently there is R, which is 18, 26. I guess it doesn't really matter what this says. So we have 12. No, we have 11. So we gotta add 7 more. That's easy. Are we not done? Oh, I guess now I can switch it off, maybe? No? The hint displays, yeah, I know. Oh, wait, I see something there. Yeah, shut up. Shut up, I'm not even gonna read it. I know, I figured it out, shut up. There, down there, it says Paz Fiverr. So I guess if I just switch W and Fiverr will still work. Okay. Kind of funky that it worked with the W there. But hey. Success! Please enter password. do I just enter the word password now? What? Can I save? I can't save. Is it just 9? Okay. Wow. Is that the final answer? Yeah.
あかね、どうだ？伝わったか？
はい、私の方も解けました。っていうか解いてくれたのは淳平くんですけど、
No, no, you did
私は
great.
ただそれをなぞっただけで、あと
But
は
yeah.
エンターキーを押すだけです。
I guess it might be theoretically possible to solve this without the hint. But like, thinking of that is probably not likely. Unless you spent like all day on that shit. So I think you're supposed to use the hint.
何をしてる？だったらさっさと押すんだ。
Yeah.
はい、わかりました。
I hit the enter key.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been shut down.
Hey! Fantastic. So did we change the past now? That's weird. Or were they lying when they retold that story? Even though I feel like 7 wouldn't have a reason to lie about this. He wasn't in on this plan, as far as we know.
成功です。止まりました。自動焼却システムが停止したんです。
Or maybe we only saved her soul. Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I'd had left disappeared, and I collapsed to the floor. For a while I just lay there, laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst. I guess remember that scene where Akane, or rather June, you know, in this time, in this future, present, whatever, was like, I've liked you for so long. I guess she was specifically maybe talking about this version of him. I can't quite believe I did that, but I'm so glad, so glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. The incinerator was inside your heart all along. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane.
あかね、すまん。ちょっとこっちの方が立て込んでてな。一度アクセスを中断させてくれ。はい、わか
りました。
I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were 2 of the bracelets Hongo had left behind. I guess we won't find out exactly what happens there, yet. Well, 7 and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys.
俊平、お前。
大丈夫?
Yeah, see, they don't look mad, they look worried.
うるせえな。
Shut up, Junpei. Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. They don't look pissed off, what are you talking about? They didn't sound pissed off either, so it's not just like, you know, they are not being a fitting sprite or anything. Whatever. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Incineration will start in
Wow.
90 seconds.
Huh?
どうやら止まらないようだね。
なんでだよ。なんで止まらないんだ。
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. I just hit it again. I just hit it again and again and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Incineration will start in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course. That's what the numbers that showed up at the. But that's what the numbers that showed up after after the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. As in, we need those numbers on the card key reader thing. I mean, everyone is there for that, right? Yeah, that's us. Coincidence? Wait, 4? 4, 4, 4. Wait, yeah, Clover is there too, right? Is she? Cheers. Is she? Cheers. Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number.
脱出するための出口は
It's a
船内のどこ探したまえ。
Holy shit, of course. Then we just have to put the right number on into the red end.
Incineration will start in 30 seconds.
急げ、あの扉へ向かうんだ。走れ。
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. They don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can just trust me on this one, or we are fucked. Alright, no time to explain, just go.
早くしろ。レッドに認証を。
認証って。
誰が？
どの組み合わせで？
全員だよ。ここにいる全員で認証するんだ。
どうして？
説明なら後でしてやる。だから早く。
Hurry, 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 hurry.
Incineration will start in 10 seconds. 9, 8,
Well.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been
Okay.
shut down.
I was worried that it would still happen and they were supposed to get out of there within 2 seconds, which doesn't seem likely, but okay. Good, good, good. Oh, thank fucking Christ. No, no time to be happy. No time to go.
急げ。早くしないと扉が閉まっちまうぞ。さあ、早く。
Come on, guys, move it. Okay, then I'll go through it. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. But there was no dead on the other side, which made us all dead. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We still gotta find the dead. Oh, guess we found it. Everyone gets the pant.
どうにか切り抜けたみてえだな。Q would be letter 17, by the way, which would have the digital root of 8, and I think that adds up to these people. I didn't do the math, but I think that's what it said, right? Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but...
Akane! Akane! 聞こえるか、Akane!
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and leapt into his arms. Oh.
Akane!
I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its speed was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around his as far as they would go, and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. By the way, Fiber, I was thinking about doing this myself, but I guess Could you maybe find a YouTube video or something of that final puzzle on the original DS version that showcases it, so I can like maybe watch it on stream? You didn't lie. I guess I'm not sure if wait, the Braille text 4? Well, 4Q, as in, okay, you forget your friggin' speech to text once again, made a little oopsie. I don't remember exactly if his Braille also included the number 9 thing, did it? If so, then that would definitely be something to worry about. But I'm not sure. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what had seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, my bracelet had begun to count down the countdown to death. Oh. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. Oh, shit. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. Oh, you had them with you. Okay, phew. For a second there I thought, oh shit, the bracelets were on the other side still. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. Okay, because that would have been a fucking stupid way to go now. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective who we'd called 7 and 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again. I was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Time for more running. But if they can get us out of here, no more wonder we were running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe the real air again. Huh? Is 7 talking? Familiar scene.
さっきの9の扉の件についてだ。あれ、なんで開いたんだ?
Wow, I just... In Japanese, the word for 9 is Q.
そうよね。私たちは5人全員でレッドの2章を行った。2+4+5+7+8 は26。だから数字根は8になるはず。なのにどうして9の扉が開いたのかしら。
意外だなヤシロ。お前ならとっくに気づいてると思ってたんだが。
どうして？
だって神数について教えてくれたのはお前じゃないか。
神数?
Oh wait. Maybe this is actually... No wait, no. 9 would still be 9 in that.
そうだ。2進数で使われる数字は何と何だ
？0と1ね。
10進数だわ。
0から9までだろ。
じゃあ16進数だとどうなる
？0から F までになるわ。9の次は A になって、さらに BCDEF と続いていく。
そうだな。つまり16進数の A は10進数の10を表していることになる。B は11、C は12、D は13。
Yeah.
それが一体何だってんだ?
Is the Q thing just a coincidence?
だからそういうことだよ。これをずっと先まで続けていったらどうなる？ただし16進数ではなく27進数で考えてほしい。
27進数？
そうだ。
だったら16になっても桁は上がらないから、そのまま順番に一つずつ数を増やしていけばいいってことになるわ。E は14、F は15、G は16、
H は17、I は18、J は19、
K は20、L は21、M は22、
N は23、O は24、B は25。
じゃあその次は
Q は
And I guess even there, Q amounts to 9, to 8 somehow?
26!
That's... But they could have also... It's also just the 17th letter, which also amounts to 8. So why go through all of this trouble, Junpei? You're being silly.
ってことは
あの扉に書かれていたのは数字の9ではなく
アルファベットの9だったってことか。
まあそういうことだ。
Maybe.
別の言い方をすると10進数の9ではなく27進数の9だったとも言えるけどな。
Or you could just say it's a... whatever. It's fine, either way works apparently. Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell of my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, I can't stop. Don't even have time. Come on, legs, there can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run. Run like a bullet down a rifle barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. There's another 9 door. But this time it's a mirrored P. Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together, you're almost there.
よし開くぞ。
頼んだよ。
Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. Supposedly. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now. Also, where's Santa? I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us had been kidnapped. We're finally able to escape from the gigantic. I hope they got far enough away because that sinking ship's gonna draw in people, some stuff. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. Okay, I guess they were pretty far. Seeing if I can find anything mysterious on the boat. But I guess not. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean, and then it was gone. Oh, I whispered. Yeah. It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. Shoo. Yes, finally, air. Gah. Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Huh, I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait.
嘘だろ。
You're not on a boat? You've gotta be shitting me.
そんな
まさか。
ここは
We're in Nevada.
ネバダ砂漠に建造された。
Uh-huh.
モ 擬実験棟。
キュートだったんだ。
I thought the Q door was a hint towards that. I mean, also it was a possibility the entire time. Sure enough, that's a desert out there, with no mountains all around it. Yeah, with mountains, not with no mountains. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I ever have been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Here's something fall. Hey. Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what it says inside you. What's inside you? Just a little electronic chip, like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures. Akane.
俊平くん。
Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Maybe you're not. Huh. There's the credits again. I guess I'll let them roll again. Maybe? This could have some different stuff. These scenes are a little different, I think. I'm pretty sure we didn't see any of that, Oh no, wait, actually, maybe it's the same? I don't know. No, we didn't see that one last time, I think. Anyway, this kind of felt like a real ending, though. Like we could just be done here. But I'm so curious about that other path to the very right. What the deal with that is, at least. Huh. Kinda interesting. I guess I just kind of accidentally, I mean, you know, in that first run through, I just kind of wanted to... Well, I went with that one choice where the game kind of made it seem like there was something important if I went into the 5 door, even though it kind of wasn't in that moment, right? It just happened to be kind of important later on, I guess. And then after that, I just kind of went with whatever path would pair me with people that I hadn't been with yet, so I would kind of be with everyone. And then, you know, on the second playthrough, I went with every other choice. I guess the only one where there wasn't, where I could have picked something else, I guess, was the one where I picked door 1 this time. But, I mean, I had a good reason to, because I didn't want Ace and Clover to be alone together, or without me together again, because I knew what happened there. I guess I am.
何言ってんだよ。このぐらいへっちゃらさ。
本当に？
ああ。
でも全然そんな風には見えないんですけど。
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
だったらどんな風に見えるんだよ。
He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first.
そうですね。たこ焼き星人にたこ焼きビームを浴びせられて全身がくまなくたこ焼きみたいになっちゃった人に見えます。
In Japanese, you just said that he looks as if a takoyaki alien had hit him with a takoyaki beam or something along those lines. But I guess in English it looks like he kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing. I think the takoyaki alien idea is funnier. But also crazier. Junpei grinned and... Ow.
ほら、やっぱり大丈夫じゃないでしょ。無茶するからですよ。5人の中学生を相手に向かっていくなんて。どうかしてます。
You can't beat a 8th graders, holy shit.
んなこと言ったってしょうがないだろう。あのまま放っておくわけにはいかなかったし。
About what? No, where did we get that car from? Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. Yeah. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building. Keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Okay. All part of the plan. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Otis is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. I still can't believe we let her drive. Seriously. I mean, hey. I guess she is old enough.
こんな何もないところを突っ走ることができるなんてもう最高
Yeah, I guess there's also no real risk involved.
おい、四つ葉。あんまり荒っぽい運転しないでもらえるか
You
な。
just said the ride was pretty smooth.
ちょっと車がふらつくだけで圧死しそうになる。
うるせえ。好きででかくなったわけじゃねえんだよ。我慢しろい。
セブンが運転すればいいじゃないか。
俺は警察官だ。大を犯すわけにはいかねえ。
Wow.
国際免許持ってないんだってさ。
じゃあせめて助手席に。
却下よ。この席は死んでも譲らないわ。
Fair.
それから四つ葉、アクセルも緩めなくていいからね。あの二人、サンタと紫を乗せた車はこの轍の先を走ってるはず。
Hopefully.
車が止められてたところのすぐ脇に若いタイヤ痕があったからな。間違いないだろ。
急がないと二人に追いつけなくなっちゃうわ。だから。
了解。
So I guess there's still a kind of a bit of a moral dilemma, I guess, about did Akane set those three who died up to die, and is Ace also dead now, or was it just a self-fulfilling prophecy where she didn't have a choice but to recreate that because she saw the future and shit? But then, you know, that's a weird spiral that you can't really explain. But then I guess the question still is Ace dead now? Is he still alive? Does she have him in custody? We'll see. Oh shit. God damn it, he doesn't have to drive so fast. Man, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. We're just throwing up a lot of dust. We're gonna throw up in here as well. It was a couple hours after we'd run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. What the fuck? The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them, furious. Yeah, dude. Holy shit, that's making me mad. Just the idea.
Oi! 何やってるんだ、やめろ!
Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran to the police station as fast as I could. Good shit.
大変です。おまわりさん、来てください。
The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big swelling lumps.
途中で逃げられなかったんですか?
He stuck his nose out through the hole in his mouth where the tooth had fallen out.
逃げられたよ。
じゃあどうして？
逃げたくなかったんだ。全員ぶっ飛ばしてやらないと。
Yeah,
気が済
honestly.
まなかった。
They might be worse than Ace.
子猫のことが許
Maybe
せな
not.
かった。
But maybe yes. The same bad level of bad. Let's go with that.
それもあるけど。1学期の終業式の件。
Whoa.
あいつらの仕業だったみたいなんだ。
Whoa.
それってもしかして。
Oh. Didn't we hear about that? About some bunnies dying or something?
ああ。例のウサギたちのことだよ。
He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the wind.
小学校の名前聞かれたから答えたんだ。そしたらあのウサギたちみたいにしてって。俺許せなくてさ。
Nope. You couldn't forgive him for that, so I...
なあ、いくつかわからないことがあるんだが、聞いてもいいか？
Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
まずは、一宮が本郷源太郎がノナリープロジェクトを企てた動機についてだ。誰か知ってるものは？
Supposedly for science, right? Or rather for nefarious reasons to use that for.
本人に直接聞けばいいだろうべ。
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
トランクにいるんだろう、彼。
Oh. Okay. Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. Okay, so that answers that question. His eyes just look empty, no emotion. It looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore.
なあ、今の話聞いてたか？
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth.
聞いてたんだよ。答えろ。
You could at least look at me when you talk, man.
私はただ顔が見たかっただけだよ、人間の顔が。形成場にアクセスする能力が手に入ればそれが可能になる。そう思ったんだ。
And that's why children had to die.
他人の頭の中を覗き込むことによってその人物がどんな風に人間の顔を認識しているのか知ることができる。
ただそれだけのために？
簡単に言えばそうだ。もっと哲学的な答えをお望みなら聞かせてやってもいいがね。そもそも人間の意識とは何なのかとか。
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
で、二つ目は？
いくつかわからないことがある。そう言ってたもんね。
Well, somebody's a little nosy.
いや、次の質問はお前らには関係のないことなんだ。
Rude.
セブン、お前に聞きたい。アリスの件についてだ。あれって結局何だったんだ？
何って言われてもな。9年前。
Did a certain somebody tell you about that?
俺はギガントを脱出してからも本郷の悪事について独自に捜査を進めていた。で、いろいろと調べていく間に自然とギガントの歴史についても詳しくなっていき、その中でボルダイン教のことやアリスのことについて知ったんだ。
答えになってない。常温でも溶けない体を持った少女なんてものが実在するのかどうかだ。
Sounds like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
なんだ？
アリスなんてものは存在しない。今から9年前、私はボトムデッキの書庫の奥でアリスの棺を見つけた。しかし中に収められていたのはただの植物の根だけだったんだ。調べてみるとそれはナスカの植物マンドラゴラの足であることが分かった。
Okay. Good old Mandragora.
さらに抽出した成分からはアルカロイドの一種が。それを元にして私は麻酔薬マンドレインの開発に成功したのだ。
Sopo real. Face real. I guess if Sopo... No wait, what was it? Sopo something? Agnosia? Whatever.
その後我が社の業績は目覚ましく発展し。
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's coming back on, Hongo. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride. As best as you can.
これやるよ。
何ですかこれ？
そういう人形の純平くんだ。
Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm toward me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn, small enough to fit in his palm. that supposed to be something I know about, the For You doll? Other than that it's For You.
店員のお姉さんが言ってたんだ。これはFor You人形ですってさ。
もしかしてブードゥー人形と間違えてま
Wow.
せん？
No, right? That can't be it. No way.
見た目からするとブードゥー人形で間違いないと思いますよ。
じゃあこいつを純平くんって呼ぶのはやめた方がいいかもしれないな。
それよりもどうしたんですか？いきなり。
その6月になったら俺たちあんまり会えなくなっちまうだろ。
I mean, we're gonna be in different schools and...
それでなんていうか。
わかりました。それじゃあこの人形ジューンって呼ぶのはどうですか？
Huh, that's interesting, because here they actually called it June. Even though her name, her title, her code name was not June in Japanese. It was Murasaki. Huh. So I guess this is a coincidence then?
わかった。だからこれやる。
その言い方なんだかどこかの部族の棟梁みたい。
そう、俺棟梁、これ部族に伝わる。だからこれお前に俺の代わりだと思え。そうすれば
俊平君、
何か困った時これ握りしめて祈れ。ほれ、いつでもどこでも
Well, I guess it ended up
駆けつける。
working.
だからほら。
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
ありがとう。ありがとう、俊平君。
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny yarn body.
私、俊平君のこと忘れないから。絶対に忘れないから。
Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words.
俺もだ。
The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down towards the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat bathed in the warm light of evening. Just the two of us leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one the lights of the town began to flicker on. Drew's young love. Very young love. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic, but she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then... how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Yeah, Snake makes sense. He's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven... he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or, wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth? Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't.
ねえ見てあれ。誰か道の端に立ってるみたい。
え？
She's got a gun! Oh, I think I've seen her in the lineup for characters of the next game. Or maybe that's the... well, the burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Maybe that's Alice. Standing here on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. End. Oh jeez. Gonna sit on this for a little while, just in case something happens if I don't hit the button. Gonna take a swig of water. And I guess now I will hit the Y button. Don't forget your towel. Huh. Would you like to save the info you obtained during this playthrough? After saving, the game will restart from the beginning. Please select the save slot. Well, let's save that in the number 1 again. Hey, we got 2 ending things for that. Crazy. Oh, look at that. There's a new symbol here. Huh. I guess we can get like the good ending here now or something? Like the good ending for this path? But still, how do we get here then? Well, we will answer those questions maybe tomorrow or some other time. But not right now. I guess I should have saved it in the number 9. Maybe that's what I'll do when I have all the endings. But yeah. That was a lot of stuff. 3 more escape rooms. And a whole lot of story. Is this new, or did we see this? I think this is just the opening again, right? Yeah. I guess if I hit B, it starts me at the very beginning of the game? Yeah, I guess so. Double screen. Yeah, no. Okay. Wrong button. No. Return to the title screen? Yes. But yeah, it turns out there's 6 ending screens, I guess, not just 5. The game was lying to us. I think, at least. That it was 1 fewer before. Maybe not. I don't know. Wow. Delete save data. No. Okay. Did you dig up a handy dandy video for that puzzle, or should I Google myself? Or rather YouTube myself. Okay. I guess I'll watch it off stream then. Whoop. Yeah. I guess that was the good ending, the true ending, which still opens up some questions, you know, like the very ending there. But I guess that's not a bad thing. And we're still gonna, I think, go back and try to check out some other stuff. Yeah. But that's it for today. Yeah, I was gonna, I guess I'd save more like talk about the game as a whole for when I'm actually done with it, so just gonna stop here. So thanks for watching and hanging out and encountering an ancient Egyptian lady, I guess, maybe, potentially, with me. What do you mean? Uh-huh. Go on. Okay. Well, I like it. But I think, for example, it kind of sucks that so much of this game's story relies on some maybe like unlikely circumstances. Like, how did nobody pick up 9 guys' wrist thing when they first found it and like even attempt to use it? That like within a group of like, more than, let's say, 2 people, I'm like absolutely certain that at least one person would think to do that, like no doubt. Right? Like, just pick it up and see if it works without the body. And like some other things like that, like, where if just something else had happened, like in the library, right? Like, if somebody had just moved those books, which seemed like somebody would have probably moved those obvious looking books, they would have found the button without any of the puzzles. There's like a lot of that kind of stuff in this game, which is a bit of a bummer. That like kind of takes away from the mystery feel of the game, of the like, how well this is set up. So that kind of bothers me. And yeah, that's the main thing I have to criticize, I guess. I guess I'll check Discord real quick. Ah, there's the link, okay. I don't know. Last puzzle. I see. Yeah, I mean, them having to change the final puzzle, I guess, if it is very DS specific, I guess couldn't have been avoided. I thought that final puzzle was like okay, I guess. I guess it would have been way better if it didn't say if the way you solved that puzzle didn't rely basically on the hint button, and also I guess if the hint button wasn't called hint button, because I think like I only used it that one time, right? And it turned out to not be a hint at all, just the info that you're supposed to have to solve the puzzle anyway. So I feel like they should have done something else with how that is presented. Then also, the fact that when I hit the hint button in order to show those numbers and hide them, that it gave me a freaking actual hint every time, then I didn't want that. And then there were a couple of other places in the game where I was like worried to back out to look at something because I didn't want a hint. And sometimes it didn't give me a hint and it was fine, but some other times it did, and that kind of annoys me. But, it's like kind of nitpicky, right? It shouldn't be a big deal if I get a hint or something, but I just want to solve stuff myself. But yeah, obviously the entire thing, how the, let's say, time travel and mysterious superpowers stuff comes into the game, that's fine. I prefer mystery stories where there's no supernatural business going on, because then you can like really, if it's well written, you can really put the story together in your head and figure things out and be like, oh, that's how it works and stuff. But as soon as there's like, supernatural elements, then it's like, okay, well, how was I supposed to know this? How was I supposed to figure this out and stuff? And that kind of goes into the story as well, right? Like, okay, so is Akane here now? What's going on? But that's part of the mystery also, like, right, going into the next game probably. So I'm fine with the story part of the supernatural bit. But it just kind of dampens once again the part about the detective work, the puzzles and stuff, the mystery as far as the mystery itself goes, rather than the story. But yeah, I feel like I've said mostly negative things, but overall I still like this game. Like, you know, I like myself some mysteries, and there were certainly a lot of things that you could kind of like, you know, suss out, even if you couldn't really be certain about anything. But, you know, that's also kind of part of a good mystery, that there's like possibilities and you can figure things out, but it's not obvious. I thought that was well done for the most part. I also think the core mechanic of like the way the entire number thing works, the way that they actually make it like interesting for so long, and, you know, that drives motivation and decisions and all that. That is cool. And yeah. Yeah. Some things they definitely explain or talk about too much. Like at the start, they went over the fucking digital route so often. It's like, I got it, man. Shut up already. And then, you know, towards the end, there were some other things as well. It's a little silly. But once again, kind of a nitpick. But anyway, I guess I'm going to try to check out at least that one other ending that's on the entire different path. And then maybe I'll try to figure other things out, I don't know. I also gotta go into the number 2 door. That's the one we haven't been into inside yet. I think that's the only, like, numbered door that we haven't seen, maybe? Except for the one that we didn't even get the chance to go into. I think that was the number 3, maybe? We never got the option to go there, so I think that one might just not be available to us. But number 2 we should be able to get into, if we want to. Alright. I think that's enough for now. So, as I said, yeah, thanks for watching, and thanks for hanging out, and, you know, meeting that Egyptian lady, potentially, I don't know. Yes, it is nice. And I hope I'll see you again, maybe next time, maybe some other time. Whenever is right. So yeah, until then, otsukare-sama. Bye bye.